What's going on, Titan Nation? Tonight is the night. We are here, so we are finna get ready to get started. Y'all come on in, and we finna get ready to get started with our live draft coverage. Make sure y'all spread the word. Uh, Make sure y'all spread the word to everybody, so everybody know to come on in. I'm gonna do a quick. I'm actually gonna do a quick YouTube. A quick Facebook live, so get some more people over. But we're finna get ready to get started live here on YouTube. Make sure y'all come on over to YouTube and join me. We're finna get ready to get started with the show, and I got some very special guests coming on, and we finna get ready to talk some NFL draft. So, as TD would say, here we go.
Good evening, Titan Nation. How is everybody
Good evening, Titan Nation. How's everybody doing? Welcome in to the Titans and Truth live draft show. I'm your man, Chris, a.k.a. Blue Enforcer, and we're going to have a very exciting show tonight. And I see we got quite a few people piling on in. I know a lot of you will continue to show up as the draft gets closer to getting started. We got about a good 15 minutes before the draft does begin. So, definitely make sure you share this show out. You can share it on Facebook at TNT Enforcers, also on Instagram at Titans_N_Truth, and on Twitter at TNT Blue Enforcer. So make sure y'all share the show out, and y'all come on over to YouTube and join us on Titans and Truth. We want a big audience tonight. All football fans invited. This is not going to be just about Titans. So all football fans are invited. All football fans are welcome. So y'all come on in. Just ask that we all be respectful to each other at the same time. Let's not go crazy, y'all. Unless the wrong pick for your certain team might happen, then hey, I understand if you go a little crazy. But y'all come on in. Y'all come on in and let's have some fun. And come on over to YouTube and join the show. And we are going to definitely see what's up. So y'all come on over and let's get this started. So got a couple of guests I'm about to bring on. Y'all forgive me for that. Got a couple of guests that I'm going to bring on, some friends of mine. First off, Mr. 615 Podcast himself. I have Mr. Lee Hillis. And then also we have from the Let's Tighten Up Podcast, my guy, Mr. P. Shark. Gentlemen, good evening. How y'all doing? Welcome in.
What's up?
Good.
Doing pretty good.
Good.
This is definitely an exciting time, with the NFL draft, and everything is excited. And we got a lot of, we got fans coming on in here. I know Titan Upload is doing a show tonight also. So I know some people are going to be going back and forth between here and there. That's fine. Hey, best draft content y'all going to get on YouTube is right here. So you don't need to go anywhere else. You don't even need to watch the draft. No, I'm kidding, y'all. Y'all can watch a little bit of that. And then y'all come on over here and get our reaction. So I see we got some other fans piling in here, which is cool. I know we got our resident insider Chris Frazier is gonna be coming in here in a bit. We also got Katana Benzal. I don't know how to say that name. I'm gonna say Katana. What's up? Tighten up. Let's see, we got AZ Mick in the house, and Katana saying, I hope the Titans don't blow it tonight. I think we all agree we don't want the Titans to blow it.
For sure.
That could be a scary sight if they blow this, and it would behoove us all if they screw this up. It would mess us up if they screw this up. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did. They may find a way to do that. Let's see, we got Steeler fans in the house. Well, hey, like I said, all fans are welcome. All fans are welcome. And it looks like Brent Phillip wants Najee Harris. I can see the Steelers drafting a running back. I could definitely see that. We got we got Canada in the house. We got Canada in the building. So I like going international. we had our guy Sean O'Mahony from Ireland on last night. So got Canada, hoping that we get a receiver. We got Miss Margarita on. I am good with that. So everybody, welcome in. We're gonna have some fun. So, gentlemen, I'm gonna let y'all get a chance to talk on this one. What are y'all looking forward to most with this NFL draft? I'm gonna say I know the Titans pick, of course, but what else are y'all looking forward to with this NFL draft?
With the new Aaron Rodgers news, I doubt he gets traded, but it's still something interesting that just happened today. Also, the number 3 pick, see what San Francisco do. Did they really trade up to select Mac Jones, who I feel like they could have got him at number 12, or just traded up to number 6 and got him? Or would they take Trey Lance and just see where Justin Fields go? And of course, Titans. Hoping J-Rod makes the right pick for once in the first round.
Absolutely. Lee, what you got? What are you looking forward to most with this NFL draft?
As he was saying, Justin Fields, as I was saying before he came on, for me, Atlanta could go either way. They could go Kyle Pitts at 4, or they could flip it, go the Georgia boy, Justin Fields.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that because, I mean, here, Atlanta, that's where everything is really getting started, and Atlanta essentially controls this draft. We know it's going to be quarterbacks 1, 2, and 3 with San Francisco. It's just which way are they going, Mac Jones or Trey Lance? And that's the thing about it. And the Green Bay Packers, I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, that news coming out. I mean, you got that. You got Teddy Bridgewater got traded to the Broncos yesterday. You got, news of Detroit could be trying to move down, and they might, they're not in the market for a quarterback. You're trying to see, is this where New England moves up? Is this where the Washington football team moves up? And dare I say a dark horse team to move up, what about the Chicago Bears? They're the most desperate. They are the most desperate team for a quarterback. So that's where I believe they can make a move too. And so we're broadcasting live right here on YouTube. Thank everybody for joining in. Make sure y'all share the show out. Get more people. Invite your friends who are not Titan fans. Bring them in here too so that they can be a part of the show and everything. So bring them on in. But, what's interesting is that I was listening to the OTP podcast from the Titans page. And so it was an interesting draft that they had. They had, of course, the quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3. And then at 4, which shook up everything, they had the Chicago Bears trading up all the way to 4. And I want to say they took Justin Fields at 4. They had Atlanta moving back. And so that changed up everything. And the craziest thing that happened in that mock draft that they did was that I want to say J.C. Horn got to 15. J.C. Horn got all the way down to 15, and Kyle Pitts didn't get picked until 18. And all that time I was listening, all I kept thinking is, if I was J-Rob, I know we need picks. I know we need help on defense. But I'm thinking about trading up. That's a conversation I would consider having if Kyle Pitts falls that far past 15 or 16. That's a conversation you might want to start having, thinking, we might need to trade up. And especially with the Indianapolis Colts in front of us, I would venture to trade up because Kyle Pitts, I think, is a once-in-a-lifetime tight end, in my honest opinion.
As you were saying about Kyle Pitts, if he makes it past 15, I wouldn't even go 15. I would say if he makes it out of the top 10,
yep.
Trade up.
And I would say this: you got to think of the trade value with some of these trades. So, for example, you would think with the Bears, if the Bears trade up to 4 to go get a quarterback, they're going to have to give up probably their second round pick, and maybe either have to give up next year's number 1 or next year's number 2 to go up to 4 for that pick. If Kyle Pitts gets there at about 15, yeah, J-Rob might need to call his old buddy Bill. Between 22 and 15, I would say at worst, you're probably giving up maybe the number 85 pick at worst. Or you're probably giving up either 100 or 126, and you could just trade up a few spots, and you get your Kyle Pitts. I mean, solves your problem right there. No need to go. All you got to do is get another wide receiver later because, hey, solve your problem right there. So I found that interesting, and a lot of these mock drafts have went so many different ways and things like that. And so, for example, the Elijah Moore train is just rolling right now. It is rolling right now here live on YouTube. It is, I mean, I'm like, wow. I'm like, Elijah Moore? I wasn't even, considering Elijah Moore, that high. I'm thinking like second round pick, and I'm just sharing some stuff out right quick. I was just thinking that he would be, maybe somewhere in the second round, maybe late first, but I was not thinking as high as 22. In some mounts, they have him higher. So what do y'all think about the Elijah Moore steam that's being picked up? And then we'll talk about, and of course, one of our guys bringing up Devontae Smith. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
Lee, what you thinking about Elijah Moore?
Well, he's sort of my boy when it comes to mock drafts.
Yes.
I've been heavy on Elijah Moore since I dug into him a little bit going into the draft process. He's a nightmare.
Wow. That would be something. Because
because I looked at one of his games from I think last year. Of course, it was a game against a not so good team in Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
First half had 12 catches, over 230 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
Cool.
That's sick. That's sick.
So I say if we can get him and pair him with AJ, that offense will be way more potent than they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know what? I was higher on Kadarius Toney than I was Elijah Moore. And the one thing I would say with Elijah Moore, the one game I watched that just kind of had me like, dang, I could really consider this, is against South Carolina. Because in that game, there was one particular play. I don't know what South Carolina was thinking, what coverage they were in, but all of a sudden, throws the bomb. Nobody was even within 15 yards of him. Lane Kiffin just throws up his pad. That was like the funniest thing. I was like, wow. He caught that wide open and running down the sideline. And I was just like, that was incredible. Like, I'm like, what coverage was South Carolina playing? So that kills me right there. But another thing, and then we'll talk about Aaron Rodgers in just a little bit more, is another thing that's been coming out is Devontae Smith possibly falling
Mhm.
because of his size and because of his weight. You know, he came in only at about 166 pounds. Do you, Shark? I'll start with you first. Do you see it? Do you see a point where Devontae Smith falls tonight at some point?
I would love for him to fall. So I'm actually up for opponent when you was talking about Kyle Pitts. It's either him. I think somebody coming in mentioned him or Devontae Smith. I've been able to mind, hey, Devontae Smith's fall out of the top 10. We need to consider trading up. So I honestly believe the Dolphins would take him. Only because Tua, he threw the game-winning touchdown pass to him to win the national title their freshman year. So it's just that Tua needs weapons, and they're already familiar with each other. Same thing with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. So I kind of figured he'd go to the Dolphins, but if he slips past them and start getting to that team range, we need to consider trading up.
Absolutely. So I mean that's something there, and if y'all are looking on TV on ABC, the draft is kind of getting close to being started. They're showing some of the guys that looks like they're going to be picked, and you saw Trey Lance. Trey Lance looking kind of dapper and things like that, and obviously Trevor Lawrence not at the draft. He's of course at home with his family in South Carolina, and I want to say those are probably all Alabama guys. No, those are all the people that are invited at that point. That's what that was. But, I mean, I was like, Trey Lance looked good, and Matt Jones looked like somebody's high school teacher or something. So, I mean, that's, tonight's going to be very, very interesting indeed. So, I'm excited about all of this. Aaron Rodgers news has really taken over a bit. With him possibly being traded. And, the rumor was, and I want to say this might have been Adam Schefter and some others, saying that he could be traded tonight, but I don't see that happening. Do y'all see any situation where Aaron Rodgers gets traded from the Green Bay Packers this weekend?
No. Really on the team, I see San Francisco with their number 3 pick and a whole bunch of other stuff. But if they decline their trade, which was the report that they declined it yesterday, I don't see him getting traded unless you just let some team just throw off with it. They just can't refuse, but I don't see that happening this weekend.
I definitely agree. I don't see that happening either. I mean, here's the thing with that. Right now, the Green Bay Packers control Aaron Rodgers' fate, and he's owed a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
a cap hit of like $38 million.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money that Aaron Rodgers is owed. And I blame the Packers a lot for all of this because the Green Bay Packers, you know what, to be honest, they deserve anything bad to happen to them. And this is why. And I'm going to go into this. Because, see, last year, all of this started last year when Green Bay Packers drafted Jordan Love. If the Green Bay Packers had just stayed out of Titan business, they wouldn't be in the situation that they were in right now. They brought this on themselves. So going up getting Jordan Love and completely screwing up our plan, thank you, Green Bay. So to Green Bay Packer fans, what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, any kind of turmoil that's happening with y'all, hey, no disrespect to Green Bay Packer Nation, I don't feel sorry. Because you know what? Had y'all not traded up last year and messed up our plan, none of this has probably happened, and y'all could have just drafted a receiver and everything would have been fine. Would anybody disagree?
No.
There was something I saw earlier. The 3 big name quarterbacks, Bart Starr, Brett Favre, none of the quarterbacks for Green Bay have played 17 years.
Wow.
And Aaron Rodgers just finished his 16th season.
Yep.
Wow.
That is interesting. That is very interesting. Tyler coming in saying, I think the damage is done with Rodgers. Nigel mentioning Titan Twitter, talking all about Elijah Moore. I can understand that. Let's see. They're showing a lot of prospects. Some of them are at home with their families. Justin Fields with his family, which I understand that if it was me, I'd probably be with my family too.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't even be at the draft, unless I'm like probably going to go number one. Of course, they're showing Jacksonville War Room now. Yeah, we know Jacksonville is going to go number one. We know Trevor Lawrence is going number one. There's no shock there. And, we're really going to get into that. I mean, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun, and it's going to be a heck of a ride. And I'm ready to take the ride with y'all. So, as we get into this, here's the question. Does Jacksonville go anywhere else other than Trevor Lawrence at number one?
No.
No. One.
I would think not either.
The question I have, are either of y'all, with the way our defense played last year, are either of y'all scared of Trevor Lawrence with that big arm he has?
Depends. I would say
Not
as
yet.
of right now, at this moment right now, no. But in a couple of years, if we don't have our defense stacked and we're not like Super Bowl contenders like we should be, in a couple of years, yeah, might get a little nervous. Well,
Yeah. Right now, I'm not.
The one guy that he's been compared to, the guy who torched us for so many years in Peyton.
I know where you're going.
I'm thinking Andrew Luck.
Nah, Peyton. It was Peyton.
Peyton Manning killed us for years.
Yeah.
So we have to match that. We have to match that. And, in looking at this draft before we keep going, it's just great that fans are now able to be back with the draft, be able to be a part of it. They're showing the lower level. They're showing like the inside of the draft where they have the pits for each of the teams, and I guess some of their season ticket holders. Maybe one day I'll be broadcasting live from in that pit. I could actually do Titans the Truth from the pit with all those screaming fans. That's what I would love to do. So that would be interesting and fun, with that. But I mean, this whole draft process is going to be interesting. We're going to see if all 5 quarterbacks go in the top 10. I don't see that happening. I think it's 3 quarterbacks go in the top 10. Well, no, I take that back. 4. I'm going to say 4 quarterbacks in the top 10, but all quarterbacks will be gone before 15. By 15, they're all gone.
Yeah, no one's getting past. I think the Patriots are at 15. Nah, nobody's getting past that one.
There was one mock draft that, of course, I just saw today. They have us trading up from 22 to 20.
Who do they have us taking?
It was I forgot. It was on Instagram when I saw it. I think they had us taking Rashad Bateman.
Might as well stay at 22.
Exactly. I'd have been like, I would have rather stayed at 22. I would have stayed at 22 or traded back.
Yeah, I like Bateman. I traded up to 20. I mean, there's other recent. Elijah Moore might still be on the board. It's just,
I agree. I would not trade for that. I definitely would not trade for that. And I got my guy Philip Maddox coming in. He's saying I disagree. Green Bay drafted Jordan Love. Rodgers has been difficult for a couple of years behind the scenes. They decided he's not going to hold the organization hostage. I definitely understand that. So, I mean, Aaron Rodgers can be a bit of a problem child. He's been that way. And so maybe Green Bay is saying, you know what, we've had enough, but we're not going to let you hold us hostage. And I understand that. I'm like, so Aaron Rodgers had no control what he does, what happens to him. If Green Bay want to trade him, they'll trade him. If not, he'll still be on the team come next season. So, sorry, Aaron.
and then, of course, there's the Jimmy G rumors.
There are rumors on quarterbacks right now. And you saw again
Could
what we
that
was talking about.
Jimmy G could be heading back to Foxborough.
Yep.
Yes, there is that rumor out that Jimmy G could definitely be heading back to New England, and that right now New England could be trying to work on contract details and things like that for Jimmy G, but nothing is set in stone yet. Nothing is in stone as far as this is going to happen. Right now, that is, excuse me, hold on a second. That is a possibility of happening. So we got to be careful with that. Another is Deshaun Watson. Our
Yeah.
guy Ken Moore, K Moore Sports. He's very connected in Houston. Connected not only with the Titans but also with the Texans. And he's hearing Deshaun Watson could be on his way out of Houston. And even if with the problems that he's having, he could be traded within the next couple of days. So,
Okay.
And I know as a Titans fan, y'all would be happy.
Oh, absolutely.
Boys.
Absolutely.
Get him up out of here.
one less headache to worry about. I mean, and with and going back to Aaron Rodgers right quick, and then we're gonna stop talking about crybaby Rodgers, is that, man, thank God this happened now than what happened maybe 3 months ago. Because if Aaron Rodgers did this about 3 months ago and Indianapolis trades for him,
Oh, yeah.
ooh, we might as well just say, you know what? Our chance of winning the division just went up in smoke.
The bad luck for us.
That would be horrible luck for us. I mean, because it just seems like Indianapolis has had nothing but good luck with quarterbacks ever since Peyton Manning. Ever since Peyton Manning, they've had great luck. They had him, then they go to Andrew Luck. Now they're going to Carson Wentz. And, I mean, it's been good luck for them, bad luck for us. And now, of course, with the NFL draft, the commissioner, Roger Goodell, is headed to the stage. And a live NFL draft is about to begin. Here's the commissioner.
Come on, Cleveland!
Still getting booed.
I got it going on my background. Hopefully there's not any rebound. I think Roger Goodell just flourishes in the
I have a
booth.
few friends here with me. Let me introduce you.
I don't know who else got it. Who else got it? I'm about to mute that.
Jarvis Landry.
Let's go.
And of course, I've got it going right now.
Yeah. So I'll play a Goodell just to say that he's gonna say the draft is up. So they got some of Cleveland faithful on stage. Yeah, they got three good ones. Joe Thomas, great left tackle. Bernie Kosar, great quarterback. And then Jarvis Landry.
Right.
Wow. Oh, that's interesting. I like the sound of that. That's kind of cool. You know how crazy that would be for me if I could do that? But I don't know if I could do it on the phone, so. But that's a cool experience. They're letting fans from each team pick the draft pick for the first round, and I like that.
Nice.
Boo! We here to have some fun, everybody.
Ah
Um,
man.
Joe Thomas has actually lost some weight.
Yeah,
he
that's what I was
has
thinking. I swear. I was like, he must smile.
Joe Thomas will be in the Hall of Fame. I
Of
guarantee you
course.
that he will be in the Hall of Fame.
I
Um,
hate
No doubt.
I
and
kinda
before
hate
we
you
go,
never on the winning team.
And before we go any further, Nigel comes and said, "What do y'all think about Farley?" Farley had a lot of reports of medicals and has had the medicals with the back, multiple back surgeries. Do you think we should stay away from him? Take a chance on him? What do y'all think, right quick?
I say take a chance. It's similar to Big Jeff a couple years ago, in my opinion. He could be a potential, like he's supposed to be like the best man-to-man corner in this draft, and we've never just had a true lockdown corner.
Yeah,
So I say take the risk.
I would say if we could trade back, I say if we could trade back and maybe get him, then I could see that happening. That could be pretty cool, and I would be okay with that. So that's just what I would say as far as if we could trade back. I would say maybe not at 22. I wouldn't do it. And, because those medicals really scare me. Like, I've been a component for Caleb Farley for quite some time, but now really hearing those medicals, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about Caleb Farley. I mean, again, trade back, I can see that happening. But other than that, I don't think I would do it. I don't think I could pull the trigger. But right now they have the Jaguars are officially on the clock. They have 10 minutes to make their pick. And
Oh,
if they screw this up, Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jets. But I don't think that's going to happen.
And if he goes to the Jets, could we have a situation like we had when Eli was drafted by the Chargers,
That is a good point. That is an
where
excellent point.
he got traded to go to New York for
Rivers.
Philip Rivers?
I can't lie. Trevor Lawrence has a pretty wife.
Yeah.
He just got married
Come
recently.
here.
Yeah.
Just got married recently. Congratulations to Trevor Lawrence. And I mean, got a beautiful wife. Wife.
And speaking of the Jaguars, since they're on the clock, have y'all heard the news that came out of Jacksonville?
And what's
Oh,
that?
no. Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow
yeah.
going to play tight end.
Yeah, he did. To try to play tight end. I'm like, why?
Well,
Why?
He should have been playing tight end the whole time.
He should have been playing already.
But he doesn't have the wear and tear that most players have.
Yeah. And I mean,
And he's big.
I mean, honestly enough, I would have just stayed in television. You're making way more money doing TV and not tearing your body to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a competitor. He loves football. I can't disrespect him for trying. But I'm like, look, stay in television, make your money. That's just me. I like this question with Tyler. Tyler saying with Aaron Rodgers, how many first-round picks would it take, do you think, to get Rodgers? I would say at least 2. What do y'all think? Over or under 2 first-round picks to get him?
I say even.
Yeah, I might go over.
I
might go over.
I would say it'd probably take. I say it'd probably take 2 first-round picks and then maybe a second or third.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. And for all of you out there, I know that ESPN is doing draft coverage, NFL Network is doing draft coverage,
ABC
and ABC, they're doing it more of the college game day version. And I'm gonna have to see if they're showing it on YouTube that way. I may have to actually put that on there as well, but they're doing like a draft-a-thon for COVID-19 relief efforts with some players and also celebrities. And, you know, of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars are milking this clock
Right.
They're
Like-
wanting to make everybody
basically-
sweat.
But
But why? I mean,
that's what it's like that.
it's too simple. This is too simple of a pick. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars could not possibly screw this up, but they just might.
Or could they? Or could they?
I
That's true.
think they
That's true.
very well
They are the
could.
team.
They very well
Could they go Justin Fields?
I doubt it
Yeah.
though. This is like this happens every year.
And see, we got Ian in the house. What's up, Drum Star? We got going on. Let's see. Tyler says Steelers interested in Najee Harris. I wouldn't mind if they trade up. If the Steelers trade up with us for Najee Harris.
Yeah.
I would be okay with that.
we grab Elisha Moore.
Right. Still grab him anyway.
24 and get an extra pick.
Think we had a
And
pick,
get
yeah.
an extra pick. I would be okay with that. I would be all right with that. Absolutely. And as y'all can see, we're going to have the mock draft showing up on the side. So what's going to happen here is that every pick that's made, you're going to see it. You'll see it right there. And I'm just, look, unlike them, I'm going to go ahead and put the pick in because it makes no sense to even, drag this out any longer than it has to go. They're going Trevor Lawrence #1. Let's
No
just
matter
be
what.
real.
Right.
I mean, even if they had an all-pro quarterback, you go Trevor Lawrence #1. Now, if they're all-pro, I'll probably try to trade out. But if you can't get out, or if somebody says it's too rich for their blood, go ahead and take Trevor Lawrence, let him sit for a couple of years, then, hey, you got your quarterback.
But the question is, who do they have at quarterback outside of Minshew?
Nobody.
Who was the other guy they started last year? Luton?
Luton or something?
Yeah, I think it was Luton.
Like, who?
Nobody.
What? I'm like,
That guy was like a third-string quarterback.
I mean, look at Trevor Lawrence. Look like a surfer. Could be out on the beach somewhere. Like, I like Trevor Lawrence.
I say
like
Jacksonville. I say Jacksonville is the perfect place for him.
With Urban Meyer. I mean, with Urban Meyer. And here's the craziest thing. What I would say to this is Trevor Lawrence, I like Trevor Lawrence as a quarterback, but why do I feel like Trevor Lawrence is a guy that I'm going to like but also want to hate very soon? It's like I'm going to have a love-hate relationship. I'm going to have a love-hate relationship with him.
Yeah, it's like Deshaun Watson. I still like Deshaun Watson, but when they drafted him, I knew what was coming. And
exactly. You love Deshaun Watson, hate he's with the Texans.
Right.
And, of course,
less than 2.5
Jaguar
minutes.
Nation, I know they're thinking, Katana said, I'm hoping the Jags mess this up. I'm hoping the Jags mess this up. I don't think they're going to mess this up.
They got new.
I would be shocked if they did. And we got Mr. Titan in the building.
What up?
What up, Mr. Titan? Definitely. And, Mr. Titan might hop on in, and it looks like the Jags have officially made their decision. And we're going to hear Trevor Lawrence going #1, as we've all been saying ever since the Jags got the first-round pick, the #1 pick.
And, of course, the Jets are on the clock.
Yeah, the Jets are now on the clock. So, I mean, and I'm kind of pissed off with the Jets because the Jets had it pretty much most of the year. Had the #1 pick in the bag, and then they find a way
until
to
like the
win
last
a game
3 weeks
against the Rams. They go beat
they won
the
2
Rams.
games in 3 weeks.
Yes, and basically, I'm like, you're supposed to lose. You got a chance at Trevor Lawrence. You're not supposed to win. You lose.
But now they're in line for Zach Wilson.
And I have this feeling, I don't know. Like, do y'all think, and that's going to be a good question that we're going to see. Could Zach Wilson be a bust? I mean, a lot of people have not watched BYU football. I sure haven't. But he's got a cannon of it all.
Could Zach Wilson be like Jake Locker?
He could.
Yeah.
But he could also be Patrick Mahomes 2.0.
Yeah, that too.
I think, and that's a good question. And Katana saying the Jets find a way to butt fumble their chances. They did.
Okay, here we go.
So now, all right, y'all, here we go. We know what the pick is going to be. So, Titan fans, we better have our defense ready.
Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback.
There we go.
There it is. Trevor Lawrence, number 1 to Jacksonville. And now, Ryan Tannehill, Mike Vrabel, you better have your defense ready. Because I have to say, in a couple of years, if the Jaguars can draft well, they're going to be a problem in a couple of years. They're going to be a big problem. And Trevor Lawrence is going to be basically Andrew Luck all over again, and we're going to have to find a way to beat this kid. And this kid is very, very good at what he does.
I've watched him play in person, and he was incredible.
Wow. Now Ian Tunks in and says, ain't nobody worried about Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, yeah, for
now
1 year.
I'm not.
Yeah, for 1 year, sure.
Right now I'm not. But in a couple of years, I will be.
But in my mind, this is the perfect pick for him.
Did y'all hear? Were y'all able to hear my television in the background?
Nah.
No. Well,
I had mine up.
Well, let me see. Do y'all hear mine now? I had it on mute just a few seconds ago. Y'all hear it now?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Let me see. What do y'all think now? Y'all should be able to hear it pretty good now. Okay.
We all stay quiet, yeah.
Now it is?
Yeah.
Oh, it's good now. Okay. So, Trevor Lawrence goes number 1 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now it's up to the rest of the team around him. Do they give him, they have another pick later on in this draft.
They have, I think, weapons? 25.
They do have 25. And so a lot of mocks have them going defense, maybe at safety. Also, offensive line is another pick as well. They could add another wide receiver or another weapon as well. So Jacksonville has a lot of power and a lot of draft capital that they could do some major damage. And so we're definitely going to have to be careful and watch out for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Not fearing them now because, Trevor Lawrence is going to have some growing pains as any quarterback would. And so we'll see how he likes Duval after about 2 years. We'll see if he likes it.
Yeah. I'm hoping he pulls the Deshaun Watson after about 3 or 4 years. Just say,
I want out.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I would want too. I would want it where he says, you know what? I want out of Jacksonville. I can't stay here anymore. This is not what I want. And it will be great for us. So,
yeah,
you know what? Great pick for them. Trevor Lawrence, number 1. Now we have the Jets on the clock. I
And
think it's a
we have
pretty
an
foregone
idea.
conclusion.
We have an idea of where they're going.
I think we do have an idea of
Yeah.
where they're going.
I think they're taking the full. Why they be taking this full time? We know the first 2 picks,
I agree.
like in the full 10 minutes.
I agree. But you know what? Maybe. But I mean, we all know the real draft doesn't start until 4.
We have a very good idea who the top 3 were,
Exactly. We have a
which
very
are
good idea.
which are the top 3 quarterbacks: Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones.
And, I honestly think Kyle Shanahan is making the Wisenhunt mistake with trying to pick Mac Jones if he does. And that is, he wants the player to fit the system instead of the system fitting the player.
Yeah.
And, we see that all the time. Coaches make that mistake. The thing that you have to sometimes do, sometimes you got to adapt to your players. Make it so you tailor your offense to what your players do best. Then that way they can be the most successful. Don't try to tailor the player to your offense because, for example, like it's like an offensive lineman. What if an offensive lineman is not a zone blocking guy, but you draft him to a zone blocking scheme? It won't work.
So I'm looking at CBS Sports right now. They're saying the 3 best fits for the Jets: Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, and Jamar Chase.
I love Jamar Chase. I do. I love Jamar.
I say he go. I say if Jamar Chase doesn't go here, he'll probably go at around probably 5 or 6, maybe 7.
5 or 6.
Yeah. Oh, I like this. I like this comment. Tyler comes in and says, I hope Lawrence got a prenup.
Hey, good point.
That is a very interesting thought. I'm like, he might need to have a prenup, but
Right.
no, I don't think Trevor
San
Lawrence got
Fran
it.
is on the clock.
Yep. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. The pick is in and looks like it is going to be Zach Wilson. We're going to turn it back to Commissioner Goodell in just a moment. Nigel says, I think Justin Fields is much better than Mac Jones. Didn't they watch him and Clemson in the playoffs?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I agree. I think Justin Fields is better too.
I think he's the 3rd best quarterback, possibly 2nd.
Well,
but
I honestly think, could Trey Lance be better than Mac Jones?
now that's a toss up for me because I just haven't seen Trey Lance.
Here's Commissioner Goodell.
I got it going, guys. All right. Jets, what do you do?
Oh yeah.
So the fan gets to see the pick first.
Yeah. Zach Wilson.
Yep. I think that's where they're going. Yep. That was easy. We figured that. We figured that. I mean, 1 and 2 going exactly how we all figured. And when all of this got started at the end of the year, Zach Wilson was not really thought of to be in this position. They figured he might go maybe in the top 10, but he skyrocketed up as the season kept going and ended up in the number 2 position. And, I've seen some highlights of Zach Wilson. I cannot lie. The dude has an arm. He has an arm. He throws receivers open. His anticipation is very good. And I think Zach Wilson could surprise people and actually be pretty good.
So
I think.
I'm looking at CBS Sports right now. And going back to the Trevor Lawrence pick, Pete Prisco said that Lawrence will change the dynamic of that franchise for the next decade,
Wow.
and that they will win a Super Bowl.
Let's not go that far.
Jackson? Oh, who?
Let's not go that far. I'm not going that far to say he's going to win them a Super Bowl. Now, although Urban Meyer is there, he will definitely make it interesting. I'll say that. Trevor Lawrence will definitely make it interesting. And I also got, to everybody out there, I also got going on, I got my Sigma brothers all in with me as well, having a Zoom virtual party. So they are also watching as well. So some of my brothers are here. You know, some of these people are here with me, so I'm going to mute them. But, you know, this is very interesting. Got a lot of people watching and everything. We're having a lot of fun. I mean, this is what the draft is all about. This is fun. You're getting to learn some things you don't know. But looking at Zach Wilson, I mean, he throws guys open. So I'm getting sorry, because I heard that background. That wasn't what I was expecting. I had it where I was going to. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, that was some of my frat brothers in the background. I'll probably tune to them in a minute. But Zach Wilson, 73% of his passes completed, 33 touchdowns. The guy knew how to get his receivers open, and he throws them open. Great anticipation, and is good for play action. And that's something that the 49ers do well. And Robert Saleh and now Mike LaFleur, the brother of Packer head coach Matt LaFleur, is the offensive coordinator there. Could be a good match.
Yeah.
Ian says, Wilson looks like he's 17.
Yeah. Did you see that picture on Twitter?
Oh, wow.
His preach-out picture.
I didn't see
it. Yeah, they on him in the comments.
Of course. Hold on a second. There we go. Had to kind of change it up a bit. Got my... Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. But, I mean, Zach Wilson does look like a teenager in high school right now, not a guy that's about to be, not a kid that's about to be in the NFL.
Like
Let's see. Tyler says,
right.
Think of Jim McMahon from the 85 Bears. That is a very interesting look. I think he does wear the headband. Yep. He does wear the headband when he plays. He could be Jim McMahon all over again. Yeah. So wow. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Nigel says he played versus nobody. I mean, you got to think. He was at BYU, and BYU was a high-ranked team. And I want to say they played Coastal Carolina when Coastal Carolina was ranked. Yeah. And I want to say, I think BYU won that game.
Yeah, and the comeback, I think. I watched that game, and
it was a good game.
He impressed me.
It was a good game.
Yep.
You know, them in Coastal Carolina, that was a good game. And you know, they came back and won it. And Coastal Carolina gave them nothing. Coastal Carolina came hard. And so, you know, that was great. And I'm like, here's my thing. Why is somebody else other than the guy talking for him? But maybe that's the rest of the family, and I guess he's doing an interview with somebody. Because I think what happens is once the pick is made, oh, that's his dad, okay. Because once the pick is made, you know, they're going to do interviews with teams and media and stuff like that right after they get picked. So
yeah,
that's what they're doing, and that's why I know everybody probably look at the family like, where's Zach? Why he ain't with his family? No, he's doing media stuff right now. He's an
Well,
NFL quarterback. So, you know, and you know what? Let me go check that out. I need to go back and see that because Nigel saying they lost. And let's see. BYU Coastal Carolina. Well, I take that back. Coastal Carolina did win that game.
Okay.
Yeah, Coastal Carolina did win. They
I
were
know it was
undefeated.
close. It was close.
Yeah,
Though.
it was a close game because it was 22-17.
Yeah.
It was 22-17, and Coastal Carolina, yeah. But Zach Wilson was 19 of 32, 40. He threw a touchdown, but also threw an interception. 49ers pick is in. Here we go. Now it's about to get interesting. Now it's about to get interesting. 49ers gave up the 12th pick, and they gave up a first and a third next year to move up to 3. The Dolphins are killing it with draft capital. And see, that's smoke screen. You know that's smoke screen because everybody, it's been lying season. They have been doing a lot of lying. If San Francisco is smart, they should go Justin Fields.
don't sleep on Shanahan though.
But we're
I
about to
said
find
don't.
out. The 49ers have become kind of my second team. You know, shout out to my pops. You know, shout out to my pops, the late Donald Howard Newell. You know, 49ers have kind of become my second team. I love my Titans, though, but here we go.
Trey Lance.
Don't tell it. Wow.
So he gonna sit
That
for it.
was not what I was thinking they were going to go Mac Jones, but they go Trey Lance.
I said I just refuse to believe they trade up the number 3 to take Mac Jones because you really could have got him at 12.
I think you could have. I don't think you could have. I mean, Trey Lance going at 3. I could have expected him to go maybe a little bit lower. I think the 49ers could have. You know, I think they gave up too much for him.
I think they could have gotten him at 6.
Yeah,
I think they could have gotten him at 6 too.
Because the Eagles have traded back. They could just trade with the Eagles straight up instead of the Dolphins.
I agree. I agree. Well, yeah. Well, no, I take that back. What they did, yeah, they could have. You know, because what happened, I want to say, yeah, San Francisco traded 12 to 3, and Dolphins go to 12. Eagles were at 6. Then they trade with Miami. They could have just traded straight up with Miami and not even have Philly involved. I
think about this.
Man.
This is the second quarterback from North Dakota State we drafted in the last 5 years.
Yep. Carson Wentz is the other.
Yep.
Carson Wentz was the other. And, I mean, you know,
I
think if you're picking Trey Lance, you might want to keep Jimmy G around.
I think that's the plan because he's 20 years old, so they're going to see him for the first year.
I think that you need to keep Jimmy G around for at least another year if you're going this route.
Right.
But Trey Lance, a talented player. He has a lot of, I hate the word upside, but he does have it. He can run. He only played one game last year and then opted out the rest of the way. So not a lot of production. And
I think the team they only did that one game as a showcase. They actually the whole team because they're in Division 3.
They're in Division.
Yeah,
I think Division 3. Division 3 or Division
FCS.
Yeah, FCS. Division 1 AA. That's what it is.
So they didn't have a season in the fall. I think they didn't start the season until the spring. So
I agree.
I know his last full season he had like 24 touchdowns and no picks or something. I know he had no interceptions.
But here's a good question. Trey Lance off the board now. Do y'all see a Mac Jones slide, or do you see a team saying, you know what, like a New England, like a Washington? Justin Fields is still on the board, and so if Atlanta doesn't go quarterback, if Atlanta doesn't go quarterback or somebody doesn't trade up and they have 5 minutes left, and I think Atlanta is probably on the phone with somebody right now. I think Atlanta's on the phone with somebody to try to get out of that pick. And if they stay where they are, I will be shocked. If they stay where they are, I will be shocked if this is anybody other than Kyle Pitts.
I agree.
Well, of course, so far the pick that's gotten me was at number 3.
I agree. Right now, I'm thinking it was going to be Mac Jones all the way.
I was thinking either Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, Trey Lance too high.
I thought it was Mac Jones. Well, that's the last report that came out. It was Mac Jones or Trey Lance. So I kind of figured Justin Fields was out of it. Like I said, it's different reports from different sources.
Yeah, and you know what I always say when it comes to sources. You know what I always say when it comes to sources. You got to know your sources. You got to know who your sources are and if you could trust said source. And so, with, like, for example, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, if I hear it from them, maybe Diana Rossini, if I hear it from those 3, I know it's pretty legit. But if I'm hearing it from in local media, but if you're hearing it from, like, some other people you never heard of or anything like that, just out of nowhere, then that's where it's like, I don't know if I want to believe that or not. And so, it's going to be, we're going to definitely see, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how the rest of this draft go and see Atlanta still with 3 minutes to go. Why do I have the feeling they're trying to hammer out a trade? I think they're trying to hammer out a last-minute trade. They're trying to get out.
I think so.
Because if this is Kyle
the
Pitts,
pick is in.
Well, let's see. Y'all blurting it out before I am. Yep. Y'all blurting it out before I am.
Different TV.
Well, I think ABC is maybe 3 seconds faster.
Actually, on mine,
I'm on ABC too.
Actually, ESPN on mine. I just flip back and forth between all 3. ESPN is the fastest, followed by ABC, then NFL Network.
And see, I don't have ESPN, so I don't have ESPN. Trey Lance look like he got a good decent family. His pops look like, little boy, you better win us a Super Bowl. You better win us a Super Bowl. And his brother looked just like him, really. Very similar. Like that bow tie. I like that bow tie on his brother. His brother, that's a pretty dapper bow tie. I'm like, I might have to get with TD, with Teron Davenport, be like, what you think of that bow tie? Because y'all all know with me, I always call TD Mr. Bow Tie Swag. He always has the great bow ties.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Arthur Smith.
Wow. I'm happy for Arthur Smith. I'm glad he's getting this opportunity. Like I said, if it ain't Kyle Pitts, because of the offense we ran here, Kyle Pitts is perfect for what Arthur Smith loves to do. It would make no sense.
What I was going to say is,
here we go.
I'm waiting to talk to the pick.
All right, Goodell walking to the stage. So they're letting the fans see the pick before it's announced.
With the 4th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Got it.
There it is. So no trades. So right now, no trades. Okay.
It's been straight up. And
I'm
gonna go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have to comment.
No, so you gonna say something about the suit, right?
What's up with the suit though? What's up with the suit, the green and yellow?
I got a jogging suit.
I'm like, why are you dressed up like a bellhop? Dressed up like a bellhop at a hotel. All you missing is the green and gold hat. But
I'm
all
gonna go.
jokes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and predict the pick here at 5. Okay,
Yeah.
I say Penei Sewell. It's the Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Now the draft has officially started.
Ain't no two.
The draft has officially started. And make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that like button out there. We got about 15 people in here. Keep bringing some more people in here. I think matter of fact, I think I got an idea. I got a strategy I'm finna work with. But I'm gonna do something for some people. So I'm also live on Facebook now on my own personal page, just to have a little fun with everybody. So try to see. I don't know. I might be able to add on to it. As a matter of fact, I might just be able to do it.
Well, Matty Ice just got another weapon,
Yes, he does. He does
and
have
it's a
another
big
weapon.
time weapon.
Okay, never mind. I got it. I didn't even know I could do that. I could add on, I could add on a spot on the fly. So I'm like, that's cool. So I am now live on Facebook, live on my personal page, because I know I have a lot of other NFL fans there. So that's why I kind of put that out there. And we're gonna see if some other people probably tune on in and join us on Facebook Live. But yeah, I mean, Kyle Pitts, I think is the best player in this draft besides Trevor Lawrence. I love his skill set. The guy is a matchup nightmare. And, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Carolina, good luck. And I'm going to predict this here and now. Kyle Pitts is going to be a top 3 tight end in 2 years. He'll be right there with Kelsey and Kittle in 2 years' time. And Lee, I know you said you're predicting Penei Sewell at 4, at 5. I'm going Jamar Chase. I think even though they should go offensive line,
I'd said either Penei Sewell or Chase.
Jamar Chase, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going Jamar Chase. And the reason why I say that is because one of these two guys could definitely be sliding tonight. I think one of these guys is in for a long night, which could help us out. If one of them gets past 15 and Washington and Chicago could go for that, which means, a good defensive player that we need could very well be gone. So we got to see it. See how that goes. Denver is looking to trade down. Now they got Teddy Bridgewater.
Yep.
Detroit could be trying to trade down. Carolina could be trying to trade down. And as of right now, we have had no trades yet.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the Bears. I'm really interested to see what they try to trade up to number 9.
I agree. I'm definitely interested in seeing what the Bears, the Washington football team, what they do. Because one of those teams I think is going to get desperate. And that team is probably Chicago, even though you haven't heard anything out of Chicago saying we're trading up or we're looking at quarterback. Chicago hasn't said anything this whole time. You have not heard anything out of Chicago. And you really haven't heard anything out of Washington either. So, I mean, now the draft really has started. And we got to see how interesting this is going to get.
Yeah, I just refuse to believe you just satisfied with going to the year with Andy Dalton as your starting quarterback.
Absolutely not.
I just can't.
I wouldn't be. I could not. I couldn't agree more. I'm going to try this again with try to see if I can get into my frat brothers thing, but I know if I talk, if I talk, they will talk too. So I may have to leave them out. I may have to leave them out. Normally, what I could do is I could hear them and then I could mute me so they ain't got to hear me and stuff. The Bengals pick is in, so we'll see which way they go. Let's see. Miss Margarita says Arthur looks happy. I think he is. I think he is. You know, they may draft the quarterback later, but it looks like Matty Ice ain't going nowhere. Now the rumors are out about Julio Jones. And let me say this about Julio Jones before we go any further in this draft. Will Julio Jones be interesting to me? Yes. I know he wants to team. I know A.J. Brown wants him to team up with his idol. But I'm worried about the money. I'm worried about the compensation and the fact that he's older and injury prone. I would rather go with Elijah Moore than go with Julio Jones. Even though Julio Jones, I know, is a Hall of Fame talent. But he's 32 years old. He only played 9 games last year, tends to get hurt. And Austin and Zach of A to Z Sports brought this up. Yes, Julio Jones gets the yards. He gets like 1,400 yards. Doesn't get in the end zone very often, especially in the red zone. And we know A.J. Brown gets in the end zone. Let's see. Philip says he thinks the Panthers will still select Fields even though they traded for Sam Darnold. So
I'm scrolling through Facebook, seeing people's reactions to the pick of Kyle Pitts. Somebody said, "Is it just me, or does Pitts look like he wanted to go to Green Bay? Looks like his suit is green and gold."
That's the colors he had.
He had those colors. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did have those colors. So it did look like that. Let me see. I'm going to try something else.
All right,
with
see
my
what they
frat
got.
brothers. So, yeah, here's some of the background I'll try to get out. But here is the Cincinnati Bengals pick. I think they go Jamar Chase. I just think I think Joe Burrow probably went to them and said, "Please give me my old teammate back."
Man, that's a true fan right there. What he got on.
Real deal. Real deal.
All right, Chase. My bad.
That's all right. That's what I thought.
Just ahead.
That's what I thought.
Wait.
I do, even though they should have went offensive line, they could have went offensive line as well to help Joe Burrow stay protected. I just think Joe Burrow went to them and said, "Look, me and Jamar Chase have a big time connection. Give me my old teammate back, and we will go crazy." So I know, and my brother watching on Facebook, I know he is smitten from ear to ear. My brother, I don't know how my brother became a Cincinnati Bengals fan. I don't know how my brother Christian did that.
Wow.
And got past me with this. But at the same time, I told him, I said, "Hey, you're your own man. You got to make your own decisions. I can't force you to be a Titans fan. If you like Cincinnati, be a Cincinnati fan through and through the good and the bad." That's what I told him. I said, if you're going to be a Cincinnati fan, be a true Cincinnati fan. Do not be no fair weather fan like a lot of people that I see. So I give that to my brother. I am proud of him. He has stuck with Cincinnati for, I would say, like the last 5 years. He's stuck with them. So I got to give him credit. I got to give him credit for that. But I like this pick, Jamar Chase. What do y'all think?
as you were saying, it gives him another weapon in Joe Burrow another weapon there in Cincy.
Yep. And they're drafted high enough they could go get a tackle in round 2.
Yeah, and that's
they
what I
could
was
go get a
thinking.
tackle in round 2.
I know Sewell is the best tackle, but this is a pretty good draft for tackles. Like
I say if somebody's not careful, Penei Sewell could go right here to Miami.
yeah, because they still need offensive line help as much as they need.
I agree.
Weapons.
I definitely agree with that. I think Penei Sewell could go here to Miami. Now, my prediction is another family reunion.
Yep.
Jaylen Waddle or Devontae Smith, maybe, goes to Miami with Tua. That's what I could see. And
okay, so they're showing the stats from Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow's connection to LSU in 26 games, and they were nasty.
Yes, they were. And think about this. You had that with Joe Burrow. LSU was a nasty offense. They had all of those stats with Jamar Chase, and don't forget,
Jordan Jefferson.
He also had Justin Jefferson with him. He had Moss with him as well.
Thaddeus Moss.
And then Terrace Marshall, who didn't even play a full season under that. So Joe Burrow had plenty of weapons that year, and Jamar Chase still had like 80-some catches, that year, and over like 1,600 yards. And that's with Justin Jefferson and all of them on that team. I'm like, Joe Burrow is smiling from ear to ear right now. He's like, I got my boy. Yeah. So I like that. Well, got some people coming on Facebook. Carlos McFarland. Got some other people on Facebook watching as well. So glad everybody could tune in. If you're on Facebook, come on in and watch as well.
His
We're going to have some fun. We're going to have a good time.
His comparison is A.J. Brown.
That's not a bad comparison.
Yeah, I like they're very similar.
That is not a bad comparison at all with AJ. I really like Jamar Chase.
So there's grades already being handed down by pick.
Wow.
Of course, the Trevor Lawrence pick was an A+, straight up.
Of course.
Zach Wilson
would have been an F-.
Zach Wilson to the Jets was a B.
Yeah.
The lowest grade on here is Trey Lance.
Yeah, of course.
Wow. That is
got
a
C-.
C-.
That is a question.
That's not bad, right?
That is a question. Shane comes and says AJ better, of course. And of course, I agree. AJ is better.
Jamar got to prove himself.
Yeah. Jamar's got to prove himself.
And Titans fans, we're going to be biased, but yeah.
Of course. But, I mean, now the Dolphins pick is in as well. And the Dolphins, again, have major control. They already got 2 first-round picks. They got 2 second-round picks and a third. They have another first-round pick next year.
A second and a third.
And then they got 2 firsts in 2023. I'm like, the Dolphins have crazy draft capital.
Yeah, shout out to the Texans.
And thank you, Houston, for mortgaging your whole future. You know, your whole future. I mean,
Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. And let me tell y'all this before the Miami Dolphins pick. You know how I was so excited about this draft? What did I do last night? I watched Draft Day.
My mom actually just went and bought me that today.
Wow.
Because I wanted to go rent on YouTube. I'm like, I'm not going to. I went there and I was like, hey, can we rent this? Maybe she's like, why don't I just go ahead and buy it?
Yeah. I got the bootleg, so.
And people, y'all might agree with me on this, that I hate to bring up this name. Mike Mularkey looks just like Kevin Costner.
You know what?
Yeah.
There's a resemblance.
I can see that.
There's a resemblance.
No.
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's see who Miami go with. Do they go Alabama receiver or do they go offensive line? Oh, I told you.
Let Devontae
I told you.
with
Let
the
Devontae
exception
still fall.
with the exception of San Francisco. I mean, I had him picking a quarterback, but everything is going exactly the way I had it going. Y'all saw my mock draft. It is exactly going the way I planned it to go. Jaylen
Okay,
Waddle
that
reunites with Tua. And if y'all thought Henry Ruggs was fast, if y'all thought Henry
Waddle
Ruggs
is
was
lights out.
fast,
Waddle's lights out.
Waddle is way faster than Henry Ruggs. And as you can see, he
Oh
getting
my!
congratulations from his teammates Matt Jones and Devontae Smith. So
And then of
another
course,
family reunion.
we play him this year.
Ah, man. We're going to have to find a way to keep up with him. We're going to have to find a way to be fast and keep up with him.
And
And
what
Tyreek. Yeah, he is that fast. He's that fast. No matter.
he is that
He is
fast.
that fast though.
and what I was
And the
thinking about doing.
And the
He's
Lions, I think they're going Penei Sewell because they ain't wasted no time. The
No.
Lions ain't wasted no time. I think they're going
Oh
Penei Sewell.
no! I just noticed that. Wow.
Yeah, the Lions, obviously the guy that they wanted was there for the taking. They're like, run up there. And that's what I would think. Man,
Well,
Jaylen
looking
Waddle-
at the best
Jaylen
fit,
Waddle got some fine
Looking at
people
the-
in his family.
looking at the best fits for Detroit, Penei Sewell is number one on that list,
Yep.
Mhm.
with Micah Parsons at 2. Devontae Smith is at 3.
Yeah, they need a
Yeah.
receiver. They lost their receivers in free agency.
And I'm looking on the Draft Network board, of course, Penei Sewell, you know, their needs, wide receiver, corner, tackle. So, I mean, they could go corner as well with Surtain or J.C. Horn on the board too. And yeah, we got to play Miami this year. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm
And-
not looking forward to that.
And of course, what I was thinking about doing, maybe next week, doing a post draft show,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe also discussing possible opening days. Like,
Wow.
where do you see us ending up week 1?
Yeah, because the draft,
Because
May
the schedule
12th
comes
is the
out.
draft schedule. And
The
I will
schedule
be doing
comes
a show
out
for
2
that.
weeks from yesterday.
Yeah, I'll be doing a show for that as well with the draft schedule. Absolutely. Let's see. Some people are saying they hope that Elijah Moore is still there at 22. Wide receivers are going to fly off the shelf because, yeah, wide receivers that went back-to-back. There could be a run. So we're definitely going to see. But, again, everybody, you have to understand as well. This wide receiver class is extremely deep.
Yeah.
It's very,
So is the O-line
very
class.
deep.
If
And the tackle class.
If
So don't fret if the Titans don't go wide receiver in the first round. I definitely don't, and I've said this before, they're not going tackle in the first round. The only one that I'm going with, the only tackle I want to hear going to the Titans in round 1, if they do it, is Tevin Jenkins.
Yep.
That's it. That's the only one. That's the only tackle I'm willing to accept. And really, the only way I will accept that is if all those other good guys are off the board. That's the only way.
And
I'm behind.
No.
I need to update my tracker.
Ticker.
Hey, that's another. I said that's another player that if he could fouls Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
That's a person I'd probably still live. I went to that Cotton Bowl game when Penn State played me.
I was there too.
Oh yeah, I saw the domination in person. So.
One thing I do not see, I don't see Micah Parsons getting past Carolina or Denver. One of them two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Carolina's on the clock now.
Yeah, Carolina's on the clock now. And I mean, here's the thing with Micah Parsons. The question is, oh, dang, is he related to some of these people? You know, oh, he got childhood crushes. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Fantasia can sing a tail off. Fantasia can sing a tail off. But, I mean, Micah Parsons, the only thing that could drag him down is the whole character thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's questions about that. I haven't really heard anything else in accordance to that. So we're going to see if that becomes an issue. Michael Parsons could go very high, could go as high as 8, or could drop, I say, as low as 17 to the Raiders. That's what I could see. I think I had in my mock, I want to say I had Michael Parsons there at 17 for the Raiders. Well, no, I take that back. I had him going to the Giants at 11. That's what it was. That was my bad. I had him going to the Giants at 11. Now, forgive me. I sometimes get so excited that it's like stuff just comes out. And so the Lions, of course, traded Jared Goff to the Rams. Rams got Matthew Stafford, and that makes the Rams a little bit more dangerous. And, of course, Jared Goff, and there is the big talker, Coach Todd Campbell, who basically, he didn't give a damn in his press conference. I thought it was funny. But what he was saying, I kind of liked what he said. He was like, look, we're going to beat some people. We're going to beat some people up and stomp on some necks or something like that. I was like, man. I was like, that ain't rough. But here we go. Lions pick. I think it's Penei Sewell.
Yep.
Hey. Jared Goff needs protection, and he gets it.
Yeah, he definitely needs protection. He can't run.
Definitely needs protection, and he
He also
it.
needs weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, offensive line is the most important. You get, again, I've said this many times. What are the 4 premium positions for any football team? Quarterback.
Offensive line.
Yeah. Quarterback. I'm sorry. Quarterback, pass rusher, corner, tackle. Those are your premium 4. And those are your most expensive positions that you got to have. So,
and he's huge.
Big dude.
6'6", 330.
And he opted out. He did opt out last year
because of COVID.
But definitely worth the risk. I like this pick for Detroit. Rebuild that offensive line. Todd Campbell looked like the guy, he wants to beat people up. And the way you beat people up is running game and offensive line dominating at the line of scrimmage.
So look, of course, Carolina, they have little less than 3 minutes left. Looking at the best fits for them, Micah Parsons, a name that has been thrown around, Rashawn Slater.
I think that's where they go. Rashawn Slater. You had a little run on receivers. I think there might be a run on tackles coming up as well.
And the third name on that list is Caleb Farley.
So in the ESPN mock draft, they actually had Carolina taking Caleb Farley at number 8.
Wow. That's a gamble. But that was, a long time ago, Caleb Farley could have possibly been the number 1 corner off the board. Could have been the number 1 corner off the board. But
back surgery and
with the surgeries and stuff like that, and there it is. I told you, for Mac Jones and Justin Fields, for one of them or even both of them, it could be a very long night. And right now, again, no trades. There have been no trades as of yet. I honestly thought there might be a trade or 2 already, but not yet. We have had no trades.
So I'm looking down through the picks after Carolina. The next team where their number 1 needs a quarterback comes at 15.
Yeah, I agree. If Carolina Denver, I don't think is going to pick a quarterback. If Carolina doesn't pick a quarterback, I agree. 15 is probably the earliest that you're going to see a quarterback.
That we get another quarterback gone.
So here's my question. are you hoping that one of these quarterbacks is around when the Titans pick? Because if a quarterback is there and the Titans are picking, prime trade down bait. That is prime trade down bait. And Philip Maddox is in Carolina, in Charlotte. He's saying if the Panthers don't trade, it could be a corner.
Interesting.
It could be a corner. Very interesting. And Carolina, his pick is in. So they're not trading down.
So Denver's on the clock.
Denver is now on the clock. And remember, Carolina just traded for Sam Darnold, and they traded Teddy Bridgewater to Denver. So what do the Panthers do? Do they?
I say they go O-line.
Yeah, I'm thinking they go O-line too, because I just don't see them drafting a quarterback. Simply put, you just traded for Sam Darnold. You want to see what you have with him.
Because it's showing their top 4 needs as offensive line, corner, tight end, and linebacker.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is, you just got Sam Darnold. You know Sam Darnold had his issues of seeing ghosts or seeing a rush that's not there. If you add another quarterback, that makes Sam Darnold even more nervous and prone to make mistakes, because he's going to be thinking, oh my God, he's going to have that Marcus Mariota syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be like, oh my God, he's going to be so scared to make a mistake, because he's going to be always looking over his shoulder thinking, oh my God, if I make a mistake, I'm going to get the hook for the rookie. So that's why I don't think Carolina goes quarterback. They probably want to give Sam Darnold every opportunity to prove he could be their starting quarterback. Now, I can see them drafting a quarterback later, maybe like a Kyle Trask or a Kellen Mond or a Davis Mills or something like that, maybe. But as far as right now, I don't see it happening, honestly. But the draft is unpredictable, everybody. The draft is unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. You think you know, but you have no idea. So I think some sparks might be getting ready to fly. Could definitely get ready to fly right here. Here we go. Carolina is in.
JC Horn.
Wow, I was not expecting it that early. I was not expecting JC Horn that early.
That's super early.
That is early.
They just got an incredible corner.
I agree. I mean, wow, ahead of Patrick Surtain.
I say he goes at 10.
And see, and here's my problem. This is what I'm worried about this now. JC Horn going 8. And you know, and he is the son of Joe Horn, the famous Saints wide receiver. JC Horn going 8 to Carolina. And I've penciled in Patrick Surtain to the Cowboys. This tells me there is a chance Greg Newsome is gone before 15 or 16.
Yeah, he's probably gone.
That scares me.
Yeah,
that scares me. I think Greg Newsome is gone before we pick now.
Like, if Newsome is not there, do you think we go ahead and get some more receiver help?
Again, it depends on how the board falls. I mean, Newsome being gone will hurt, but then I still and give me a second. I'm gonna put up my top list, my top 5 list of guys I want, and I'm gonna put that up in just a second. I'm just updating the ticker. Now, these are my top 5 targets. Those are my top 5 targets I have. Greg Newsome, Azeez Ojulari, Christian Barmore, Elijah Moore, if they trade down, and then last is
Jenkins.
and then last is I'm sorry, y'all, Telvin Jenkins. That's the last. And like I said, I would only do that if all those guys are gone. If all those guys are gone, then yes, I'm going Telvin Jenkins. But seeing J.C. Horn gone, yeah, that tells me I think Greg Newsome is gone. I really do. And I've kind of cut my audio down a bit, but I got my Sigma brothers watching. So I got my Sigma brothers watching. They might tell me something or not. They might tell me what they know no good. But this is a very interesting draft, everybody, and I'm enjoying it. The suspense is crazy. Denver's on the clock. They got about 4 minutes to go. What are they going to do? Are they going to – could they trade down? They got Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. They're going to give him and Drew Lock the chance to battle it out. Who's going to be the guy? And I think Teddy Bridgewater is the guy.
Honestly, if I was them, I would take Justin Fields. But like you said, since they traded for Bridgewater yesterday, I think they're punting on this year on getting a quarterback.
And see, that's what I'm thinking. If they didn't have Teddy Bridgewater, yes, quarterback definitely is here. I would go quarterback if Teddy Bridgewater was still on the board. If Teddy Bridgewater was not traded.
Right.
But since he was traded, that's why I think they go another direction. This could be a This could be a Michael Parsons pick. This could be Christian Darrisaw coming up.
Rashawn
Slater is still on the board.
They do need linemen.
You know, Rashawn Slater is still on
and
the board.
Of course, we know their offensive line coach personally.
Yeah, Mike Munchak.
Yeah.
And here's the question that I found interesting. And I heard this on Jared and the GM earlier. I know we're all against the Titans are against taking tackle. But what if Christian Darrisaw is there and the Colts don't pick him? Would you consider that, knowing that Darrisaw could have easily went in the top 15 if he's there? What do y'all think? Would you pull the trigger on Darrisaw, have him play right tackle, and then, hey, maybe after a year, if Lawan gets hurt again, or after this season, they maybe could trade Lawan, get some capital, or something like that? I mean, I'm not saying, look, everybody, I am not speaking blasphemy. I am not saying we get rid of Taylor Lawan. Let me straighten that out right now. I'm just saying. If Christian Darrisaw is there,
no fans like to overreact.
I might, yeah, I know. That's why I had to kind of put that. PSA on there. But if Darrisaw is there, like Philomatic said, he will be a steal at 22. I can see that where he starts at right tackle. If Lawan gets hurt, move him to left. And then if it gets crazy with the money, you know what? Lawan can get you a crap load of picks or a crap load of capital. Left tackle is a premium position. You could get some major capital for a guy like Taylor Lawan, who is one of the best tackles in the game. So that's just my thought. Tremaine Rodgers, what's going on? Welcome on in. Nigel says, I will only take an offensive tackle. Wide receiver or corner isn't there. And for most parts, I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah, Devontae Smith's still on the board. Slater's still on the board. I think if he gets past Denver at 9, Chargers are going to get Rashawn Slater and they're going to steal him.
Yeah, that's why. So
I
we
think
did.
they're going to steal him.
Yeah, we did a mock draft yesterday. I think I took Rashawn Slater with the Chargers.
Yeah. I felt so bad Paxton Lynch didn't
Well-
work out in Denver. I was hoping Paxton Lynch would work out.
Yeah.
I was hoping Paxton Lynch was going to work out because of what I
Dallas?
saw with him here. I
Yeah.
mean, Paxton Lynch was
Yeah.
awesome here.
Dallas is now on the clock.
Well, the pick is in with Denver. Do they go quarterback? Which I don't think they will. Could they go?
I say they go Rashawn Slater.
I think they might go Micah Parsons. I can see them going Micah Parsons. I can see them going Patrick Surtain, steal him right in front of Dallas.
Right from Dallas.
Steal him right in front of Dallas. And then if that happens, then Greg Newsome goes at 10. It's like, there that goes.
Yeah, me and Caleb Farley gonna be gone sometime soon after that.
Exactly. Because, I mean, think about this. Broncos got to remember who they're going up against. They're going up against an improved Justin Herbert. They're going up against a Raider team, which obviously it looks like John Gruden believes in Derek Carr. And then, of course, some light-skinned, good-looking guy who just got $450 million in Patrick Mahomes. Here's the Broncos.
Wow. Next up the Cowboys.
Oh, yep. Well, that pretty much seals it. That seals it. Greg Newsome is gone. He won't be a Titan. Dag rabbit.
I say it's either Newsome or Farley.
You heard what they just said. Now some other teams are going to start to panic a little. Slater and Darisaw are still on the board. Devontae Smith is still on the board. Does the Eagles need a corner? Could use a corner. They're hoping Devontae Smith is still there. Does Arizona jump up? Because remember, there has not been a trade yet. There's been no trades yet.
I say it's about time for the first trade.
I think a trade should be coming soon. And Tremaine Rodgers said, what if Devontae Smith falls to 22? Y'all look at my mock draft last night. I stole Devontae Smith at 22. I flat out robbed everybody and got Devontae Smith. I was not even thinking that was going to happen. And really the way that the ball was falling, I kind of did that by design.
I agree.
Did that by design.
I agree. Smith would be a steal.
That would be crazy.
No, that would be a steal. That would be highway robbery.
That would be a heist. That would be a heist if that happens. That would be like taking candy from a baby. That's like taking candy from a baby, a mama unborn child, and then their future kids after that. I'm like, highway robbery indeed. That's what it is. Hold on, I got it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys trade out now.
Yeah, Cowboys could trade out because they were so thinking they were getting Patrick Surtain everybody and their mama, including myself, paid Patrick Surtain to the Cowboys at 10. And now that's not going to happen. And there are your first 9 picks. They're on the click. You got all those picks. Patrick Surtain going to the Denver Broncos at 9.
All I have to say is thank God we don't play Denver this year.
Yeah. Denver's always going to have a good defense. Denver is always going to have a good defense.
Especially with that head coach they have in Vic Fangio.
He is a very good defensive coach.
You can't say the same thing about Matt Nagy being a good offensive coach. I say Matt Nagy's a better offensive coordinator over a head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree with that.
Question: I feel like could this be the place where New England jumps?
Yeah, like I said, somebody's going to jump. Somebody is going to jump and get nervous. Somebody's about to get nervous. And being here in Memphis, Sharp, you know this.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the top 2 teams in the city of Memphis?
What, high school or?
No, I'm telling you, the top 2 NFL fan bases in the city of Memphis.
Chicago. I'm not Chicago. Dallas and Pittsburgh.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's what it is.
Trade alert.
Oh, there is a trade.
Cowboys traded
Cowboys have traded out.
to the Eagles.
Wow.
why would you trade in
rarely see
division?
that.
Why would the Eagles trade up?
They traded in division.
Devontae Smith going there.
Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith.
Gone. Smith's gone.
The question is, what did the Eagles give up to go up 2 spots?
Well, they had just collected a whole bunch of picks back, so they got stuff to trade.
Yeah, the Eagles did get some picks from Miami. So what did the Eagles give up to go get Devontae Smith, which is what it looks like because they're showing them, giving love to everybody. So trade alert. I'm like, wow, that is interesting. That is something I was not expecting at all. Now, I will tell y'all on the mock draft machine, if there is a trade happening, and you see, like, for example, this pick, if you see Dallas Cowboys buy it, remember there was a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Remember there was a trade, and it'll be on the ticker. So remember that. This is not Dallas picking. This is Philadelphia, and it looks like they're going Devontae Smith in this situation.
So the top 3 picks, okay? Oh, Dallas didn't move down. They moved. I think they moved out because they're still showing Philly on CBS Sports at 12,
That's
and they also have Philly at 10.
And like I said, I want to see what did Philly give up. I guess Dallas just panicked. They got so upset that that Patrick Surtain is gone. They're like, trade all the way out.
So the
Eagles
best
now have 2 picks in the next 3.
the best.
I want to see what's the compensation. Did the Cowboys just trade all the way out of the first round?
Hey.
Right now they're showing Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's what they're showing right now is just the Eagles. And, question is, there have been some rumors that the Eagles could go quarterback.
Mac Jones.
They could go Justin Fields or Mac Jones to compete with Jalen Hurts. So they're not right now, as it is, Philly has 10 and 12. Like, this is crazy.
The best fits for Philly right now, Devontae Smith.
Yep.
Caleb Farley.
And think about this. In the Draft Network board, Rashawn Slater is still there. Justin Fields, you got 2 quarterbacks still there.
2 of the top 10 players.
Was that?
2 of the top 10 players are still on the board.
3 of the top 10 players are still on the board, according to Draft Network. 3 top 10 players on the board. And K-Truth just came in and said Dallas just robbed themselves. My guy Jimmy, who is a big-time Eagles fan.
He got 3rd.
He's a big-time Eagles fan. The pick is in with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Dallas is at 12.
Yeah, 12 in the third round.
So
in the third round.
They moved back.
Yeah.
Okay. I was kind of wondering. I'm like, Did Dallas just trade themselves from 10 out of the first one? Did they do a draft day?
I doubt they did.
I'm like, because I mean, if y'all remember the movie Draft Day, which I guarantee y'all it is a good movie to watch, but remember, it's very unrealistic. It's very unrealistic that kind of stuff happens.
It's sort of like what Miami did.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, what do the Eagles do? Do they go Devontae Smith and steal him right in front of Did the Eagles and the Cowboys just dupe the Giants?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, because these are all NFC East teams picking back to back to back.
Huh. That's kind of funny how it's set up in this year.
So we're gonna find out. Did this? I mean, wow. I mean, first of all, I was expecting maybe a trade, but I was not expecting in division. You rarely see trades within division, especially something like this.
Especially if it's Devontae Smith, like that's a Heisman Trophy winning weapon.
Yeah,
that's a punch in the face to Dallas.
I agree. Here we go, Eagles.
Yep. I already knew it was Vera-Tucker.
Wow, Eagle fans are not booing. Well, there goes my dream scenario
of Devontae Smith dropping.
What you got on?
Well, I thought Devontae Smith might drop. It did not happen.
He didn't get out of the top 15. That's for the top 10.
Everybody remember, if you see this and you see Dallas Devontae Smith, remember that is the Eagles picking Devontae Smith because of this trade.
Hey, I like this suit.
I like that suit too. Kind of cool. Although it's got the wrap in the front, so I mean, I guess it kind of makes it so it keeps it together.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my guy Jimmy, who is a big Eagles fan, he's very happy with this pick. And I mean, right now, if you're the Chicago Bears or the Washington football team and the New England Patriots, you're kind of liking how this board is going because Mac Jones and Justin Fields are there. And we thought both of those guys could have been gone already. And they're still there. So I think Mac Jones is going to fall tremendously now. I don't know if Washington pulls the trigger because remember, Washington just signed Ryan Fitzpatrick to be the quarterback.
Yeah.
So they may not go quarterback themselves. That could open the door for the Bears. Be like, you know what? Let's just stay put. But again, I got to see what was the compensation that Dallas gave up.
They just got a 3rd round pick.
So they basically switched spots and then gave up a 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Philly gave up a 3rd.
Oh, Philly gave up one of the 3rd round picks. Okay. So that's what it is. And
so Dallas gained a 3rd.
So Dallas gets a 3rd round pick, basically, to trade back 2 spots. And obviously they did that with Patrick Surtain gone. I honestly thought maybe they go Greg Newsome. They still might.
You know what the Giants do.
Speaking of the Giants, I'm looking at the best fits. Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, they could use help on the offensive line. Mm-hmm.
Caleb Farley.
Yep, they could use a linebacker. They could use Micah Parsons. Another trade. Here goes the trade alerts. We got another trade on the horizon.
The Bears.
The Bears. The Bears went up. They're going for a quarterback. The Bears have, they like, you know what? Go get Justin Fields now. So I think that's what they're doing. So now the Giants, And, of course, a lot of people have always said Dave Gettleman, is not a guy that usually does any trading. He does now. So Giants trade to the Bears. So now the Bears are on the clock, and you got to assume they're going quarterback, right?
And the number one fit on the board is Justin Fields.
I mean, might as well go ahead and get him. He's there for the taking.
And I'm surprised Fields and both Justin Fields and Mac Jones, I'm surprised they've both dropped this far.
I'm not. Once the Atlanta Falcons didn't trade down from 4, I figured it's going to be a long night for one of them. The question is who? I honestly think right here, this could be a short night now for Justin Fields. I think it's a long night for Matt Jones. I honestly feel this could be a long night for Mac Jones.
I say
if he don't go to 15.
That's what I'm thinking is Mac Jones is out of there at 15.
Now, one other thing could happen too. The Washington football team might panic and trade up too.
Yeah.
We've had back-to-back trades. So the Washington football team might panic and trade up too. And go ahead and take whoever's left. So I told y'all this draft is getting
Dallas
interesting.
on the clock.
This is getting interesting. What's that?
We all knew that this draft would be probably the most interesting draft out there this year.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I want to see how my frat brothers are doing. Yeah, I hear some of my frat brothers talking in the background. I had to have some of them in on it. Hope my frat brothers are doing good. Blue 5 to my brothers. And of course, with us being in Memphis, there's a lot of Cowboy fans here. There's a lot of Steelers fans here. So I know when that trade happened, Dallas fans are like, what are y'all doing? So I think this is Justin Fields all the way. I will be shocked if they do go Mac Jones, but I think this is a quarterback pick. This is definitely a quarterback pick here. We got 26 people in the room, and we got some more watching on. Got my brothers watching on Zoom and everything. So if you're not here, y'all come on in. Come on in and join us. Let me get your thoughts. Come and enjoy this draft. We're having fun. This is what it's all about.
Bears gave up the 11th. Giants get the 20th.
2021 fifth-round pick, and then they get a first and a fourth next year. So the Bears give up 2 number 1s, and they give up their fifth-round pick this year and their fourth next year. So Bears gave up next year's number 1 to go get Justin Fields. That's a good thing that they're doing for COVID relief.
Woo!
Here we go.
There it is. Well, the Bears kept quiet this whole time. They did not say a word about what they were going to do, and the Bears trade up and get Justin Fields. Now the question is, does Washington jump New England for Mac Jones? Who's going to settle for Mac Jones? But Justin Fields goes to Chicago. I know some Chicago Bears fans. I think they're very, very happy right now.
Yep.
I think Justin Fields fits that system in Chicago.
Yep. Allen Robinson might want to stay.
Yep.
Allen Robinson might
because
want to stay.
Because he just got an incredible quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And now the question is, there have been no rumors about Anthony Miller, possibly being traded, although I would love him to come right back here to Tennessee and play for the Titans, not be far from right here in Memphis. I don't know. It depends. But that is definitely a very interesting pick. So remember, everybody, y'all see New York with Justin Fields. That is Chicago's
the Bears.
pick. That's the Bears pick. And you see Devontae Smith, Dallas. That is the Eagles pick. And Dallas is now back on the clock. With their pick. So that's what's going on. So I'm just letting y'all know what's happening here. We've seen some trades. So now the question is, does Dallas go corner or do they trade down again?
They go corner.
I think they could go corner too. They could go offensive line.
Like Caleb Farley.
Offensive line.
They need defense.
And they do need help on defense. They do need help defensively. And the Chargers and the Vikings are probably on their knees begging the Cowboys not to draft a tackle.
Yeah, because they both need.
I think tackle goes 13 and 14.
Yeah,
I think
Rashawn
Slater
Slater
and Darisaw go back to back.
Yep.
And New England is hoping, New England is hoping that Washington doesn't jump to one of those teams to go get Mac Jones, and then they're, SOL. But if the rumor, now here is one other thing. If the rumors about Jimmy G are indeed true, then New England passes.
New England will not go quarterback.
And that makes it, and if Washington doesn't go, if I'm John Robinson, fleece somebody. Somebody will trade up for Mac Jones. Fleece them. Either trade back in the first round, a team like Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay could trade up and get Tom Brady's successor. Tom Brady ain't getting no younger. New Orleans could be another team. Now I would fleece New
LA's
Orleans.
on the clock.
All right. Cowboys have their pick in. So I know a lot of my Sigma brothers and a lot of Memphis people are watching now. Shark, we know about this. And matter of fact, y'all, I'm guaranteeing y'all gonna see a lot more of me and Let's Tighten Up podcast together. Since we're in Memphis,
Yep.
I'm gonna have these guys down at the headquarters at Indigo, and we're gonna be doing some stuff this upcoming season. So be ready for that. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some major fun with the Titans fan club of Memphis down here. We're gonna have a good time. I can see a lot of collaboration coming up.
For sure.
I like the sound of that. So, what do former America's team do? Sorry, y'all. Dallas is not America's team anymore. I'm sorry. I know there are fans that are going to hate that. There are fans that are crucifying me right now when I say that, because I know I have a lot of Sigma of my fraternity brothers and a lot of my sorority sisters are Cowboy fans. And if I talk bad about the Cowboys, they will clown me, and I don't care.
You
They'll
know,
say they won all their Super Bowl, but I'm like, what have y'all done lately?
you know,
Nothing.
you know what's funny? The name of my podcast came off of us, the Titans beating the Cowboys on Monday Night Football a couple years ago.
I love that. The star. So that was it. They gave up a 3rd round pick. Not a bad trade though. Dallas gets a 3rd round pick. So what do the Cowboys do at 12?
What? Presentation.
An army veteran from Dallas struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling. Kanikia, we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time.
I give it up for that. Because that is a big thing going on. Mental health is going on. You know, with the pandemic, a lot of depression has happened. There's been a rise in domestic violence. You know, everybody's probably tired of quarantining and stuff. So we got to, you know, we have to be there for each other. Yeah.
Michael Parsons. Nah, he already knew he was going.
Wow. So Micah Parsons going to the Dallas Cowboys. They needed help. They did need help defensively.
You need help anywhere on defense. They were like
they
us on
needed help anywhere on defense. And also remember, Sean Lee just retired last week.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of days ago, Sean Lee just retired. So I know the Protestant Cowboy fans thinking, what? What? We don't need a linebacker. Yes, you do. You know, Sean Lee retired. This is the perfect landing spot for him. And you know, Jerry Jones don't mind taking on guys who may have had some character issues, but his talent outweighs that.
Jerry Jones saw him in Jerry World in the Cotton Bowl.
Yep, in the Cotton Bowl last year. Sure did. I was there. I
Man.
personally saw. And it was a good game for a while.
Yeah, it was a great game.
It was a good game.
It was him.
And then I think it was Journey Brown. I think it was Journey Brown for Penn State. He tore us apart. He tore us apart in the second half. And I was messed up by that. But I would have to give Jerry Jones credit. He got a hell of a stadium.
Yeah.
He got a hell of a stadium. That is a beautiful stadium.
I got lost trying to find my seat.
I kept wondering, like, why do I have to climb so high?
Right.
Hold on, y'all give me a second. I'm trying to make sure my y'all give me just a quick second. Okay. Yeah, so we're coming close to the halfway point. After a little bit, we will probably take a quick breather and just a bit let everybody, you know, get some water or everybody, you know, make sure they're not famished. Because, you know, drafts are not short.
Not at all.
2019 wasn't, I know for sure.
You know, so.
Oh, yeah, I was
gonna see.
I was at the draft in Nashville. Yep.
Oh, man, that was so much fun.
Man.
That was so much fun.
And there's rumors swirling that the draft will be back in Nashville in either 2024 or 2025.
Oh.
Wow.
I'll be
there.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
I'll be there, no doubt. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna get off for just a quick second while they do that. We're gonna take a quick break for just a second. It will not be long. A very quick intermission. Guys, y'all go get y'all some water or something like that. We'll be right back with the Chargers pick in just a bit, right here on Titans and Truth.
All right.
Yes, I love you, dear. What's up, my brothers?
Professional grade lawnmower. For a limited time, 0% financing.
Let me add me. There we go. There we go. So it has been a very interesting night to say the least, and we're not even halfway through this NFL draft. And we have already had some very crazy things happen. So before we get to the 14th, before we get to the next pick, what's the craziest thing y'all have seen happen so far?
Divisional rivals trading with each other.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. I mean, that is something I was not expecting. I was not expecting to see a trade between division rivals. We know how much the Eagles and the Cowboys hate each other. I was at the draft in Philly, and I saw the hate between them.
The one that somewhere I'm like still scratching my head about, Chicago jumping from 20.
That's not really what gets me. What got me is Trey Lance to San Francisco at 3,
At 3.
when they could have just stayed where they were at 12 and probably could have got him. Well, here's the Chargers pick. I think it's Darrisaw or Slater.
Yep. Slater.
That was their dream scenario.
Okay, so Minnesota's on the clock.
Minnesota's on the clock. They may go Darrisaw or they may go defense. Now, a lot of people think this is where Jalen Phillips could go. And that's another dream scenario. If Jalen Phillips is there at 21, 22, I know he has the concussion concerns. I would take Jalen Phillips without blinking if he's there. But this is a dream scenario for the Chargers.
The two players outside of Slater that were on Minnesota's list were updated was Kwity Paye or Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah, and I think Darrisaw.
Now they've added Trayvon Mooring.
Wow. That's interesting.
It's interesting.
That's very interesting. And if y'all saw my show yesterday, and, Jared came out and did a mock draft. He said he hated the pick and went with Kwity Paye. And I hated that. I hate the fit of Kwity Paye on this defense because I just don't think he's that good for this defense. He's a good run stuffer, but I just don't think he brings the pass rush element.
Yeah, we need pass.
And then if y'all looked at Titan Upload, they did their final mock draft, I want to say Tuesday. Draft Brian, who has been Titan Upload's draft guy, he said for the second year in a row, he upset Titan fan with Trevon Borick going to the Titans. And I'm thinking, why?
I want to see Amani Hooker finally get a shot, man.
Exactly. I'm like, if you drafted a safety that high, you're basically telling Amani Hooker, you know what? We lied. We don't really believe in you. If that was the case, why give up Kenny Vaccaro? That's what I would have said. But, I mean, wow. This is a great pick. This is a great pick for the LA Chargers. This is their dream scenario because I don't think they thought he would be available at this point, and they steal him. They steal him from anybody else.
Or another case. Oh, you can go.
Minnesota's taking a while.
Yeah.
I think they're deciding. I think, like you said, they're deciding probably between going with Darrisaw.
Trade alert.
Whoa, another trade. Who's moving up?
Jets.
Oh, dang. Why do I have a feeling this could be Jalen Phillips? Jets need help defensively, and the Jets have already got Zach Wilson. I mean, they could add a tackle to help protect their new quarterback.
I was just fixing to say something funny. I was fixing to say I smell a trade coming.
Yeah.
And I was going to say I would laugh if it was Tennessee.
No lie,
I was gonna do that too.
Across the screen.
I'd have been like, no, too soon. I'm like, Devontae Smith is gone.
Right, we got to trade up right
the
now.
three best fits for the Jets.
Yeah, we don't have to trade up right now.
The three best fits for the Jets: Caleb Farley,
I'm not trading.
Quiddy Pay,
I can see
and
that.
Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, and like I said, all 5 of my targets are still on the board. All 5 of my top targets are still on the board. Newsom is still on the board. Ojulari is still on the board as well. So the Jets pick is in. So we're going to see which way they go. But the Jets
I think it's probably going to be either Farley or Ojulari.
Yeah, and I will say this. It'd be so funny if Jalen Phillips is on the board at 22 and you got Minnesota behind us, which they might try to trade back up to get ahead of us to get him. But I think they probably gave up a lot, so they may not be able to trade back up.
They trade.
The same mock draft that I was talking about where I saw where we traded back up to 20 to get Bateman. Arizona at 16 took Barmore.
Yeah. I mean, Barmore is definitely intriguing because, I mean, you heard John Robinson say on his press conference that the defensive line class is not very strong. The defensive line class is not very strong. The receiver class is very deep. The cornerback class is not. They're very top heavy. So with that being said, you got to see where could they go.
New England is on the clock. The 3 best fits for them: JOK. The 3 best fits is JOK, Rondell Moore,
Too early.
or Mac Jones.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
How much
Mac
Jones? Yeah.
I can see Mac Jones going to New England.
Yeah. Ain't Bill Belichick
unless J-Rob wants to make a move and go trade with New England and get JOK.
No. I would crucify. I would want J-Rob fired if he trades up for a linebacker.
Nah.
I would crucify him for that. Because, no, you don't trade up for a linebacker. You trade up, maybe if you hear Jalen Phillips is about to go early, then you might trade up. If Greg Newsom is about to go, trade up.
You need a position of need. Yeah. You trading up.
You take the best player. But, like J. Ross said, you don't trade back just to trade back. You don't trade up just to trade up. So we're going to see what the Jets have done. They traded with the Minnesota Vikings, and this is their second pick in this draft. They already got Zach Wilson. What do the Jets do?
And they got a third one coming up.
In the early part? Well, no, they traded. Minnesota's back at 23.
They traded that one.
Yeah.
They have
back
another
at
one.
23.
Yeah. But they also got Minnesota's 2021 fourth.
Yeah, so, wow, that's a lot. Vikings get 23rd overall, and then they get both of the Jets' third-round picks. So now the Jets will pick again here. After that, they pick in the second round, and they don't pick again until the fourth round.
So they only have one pick for tomorrow.
They have
Wow.
one pick for tomorrow because they gave up both of their third-round picks.
Minnesota had like 15 picks last year.
That's true.
And they were still bad.
Right. Exactly.
Although Justin Fields was great. I mean, Justin Jefferson.
He torched us.
Sure did. Made us look real bad.
And
Real bad.
I was thinking with Jeff Gladney getting in trouble, like I guess we were just destined to select somebody that was going to get in trouble regardless.
Yeah, I know, because I sure was going for Gladney. But now y'all see on here, it says the Vikings, but it's really the Jets who are on the board.
Vera-Tucker, the guard,
Wow.
USC.
Well, they just got their quarterback. They needed to protect him.
Yep.
Yep, they needed to protect him. That's true.
And we can go ahead and say New England, or we should go ahead and say that Arizona's on the clock now.
Yeah, because New England is going to go Mac Jones.
And the pick is in.
They didn't waste no time. They're going Mac Jones. Now, if they go Mac Jones, then that means no Jimmy G.
I think, since they took Trey Lance, I think Jimmy G is there this year. And they're going to trade him next year.
They could.
I say that since it's like he was saying, since they took Trey Lance, I say they're going to basically put in a competition, basically saying to Jimmy G, prove us.
Right.
Yep.
Prove to us what you can do.
Right.
Prove that you are the guy.
Prove that you're to the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
All right. That's how I'm going to do that. So there it is. Elijah Vera-Tucker going to the New York Jets at 14. So as you can see on the ticker at the bottom, you got Devontae Smith going to the Eagles at 10. They traded with Dallas. 11, you have the New York Giants traded back. And then Justin Fields goes to the Bears at 11. At 12, the Cowboys on the clock get Micah Parsons. 13, Rashawn Slater to the Chargers. 14, Minnesota trades back with the Jets. They go Elijah Vera-Tucker. And then 15, now the New England Patriots, who I hate with a passion, are on the clock now. And their pick is in now. So do they go quarterback?
Arizona's on the clock.
And this is where business is really for the pick up now with Arizona. There we go.
5, 6, 7.
So, everybody, we could go ahead. We could pencil Mac Jones in right here. I think that's what's going to happen. And Mac Jones look like he's a bit miserable right now. Like, what is happening?
He do, though.
He like, what is happening? Why am I dropping this far?
I mean, this is around where he's originally going to be at before his pro day.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here we go. The cheaters are up.
How you going on, though?
God, he thank you for serving more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through food vets. God, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those facing food insecurity. With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots. With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion
Yeah. Told you. Mac Jones slide ends at 15.
I was right there with you saying the same thing. I'm like, he's probably his slide's probably done at New England.
Yeah.
Arizona, their
And
number one need. Their number one need is a corner.
yep, and there is a corner on the board by the name of Greg Newsome
Or Caleb Farley.
or Caleb Farley. I agree. But Arizona is trying to compete right now. They got J.J. Watt. They got J.J. Watt now. They got DeAndre Hopkins. Arizona is trying to get up there and compete with Seattle, with the Rams. They're trying to compete and win the NFC West. So I think they're in a win now mode. I can see them going Greg Newsome here. I can see them going Christian Barmore here at this point.
Yeah, that can.
Arizona could go many different ways. They could even go linebacker, maybe go JOK or Zaven Collins could be here.
They're showing the back room.
Yep, that's the 3.
Only one of those quarterbacks went in the first round. Arizona's pick is in. They didn't waste any time.
I think they're going Greg Newsome. I just have a feeling they're going to steal Greg Newsome right over us. And here's the problem I have with Mac Jones. Mac Jones, I just think, could bust. I really do.
Well, okay, you know who his uncle is, right?
Who's his uncle?
Jerry Jones.
I did not know that.
During the offseason.
I did not know that.
Not this last offseason, but 2 off-seasons ago, he was caught in Dallas working out with Dak.
Wow.
Makes sense.
Wow. But I hope everybody's enjoying. The show. I hope everybody's enjoying everything. Philomatic says, didn't look like Justin Fields and family was happy about being drafted by the Bears.
He did.
Bears.
He did.
Bears. I think he get to Chicago, it might change his mind, but we'll see. We will definitely see.
One thing I guarantee you, he's going to hate the cold.
Well, he plays at Ohio State.
He played at Ohio State, though.
Yeah.
But he was raised a Georgia boy.
Yeah, it's true, though. Yeah, he was raised
in Georgia. Yeah, that is true.
He went to Harrison High School there in Kennesaw.
Yeah, he would have been better off in the South.
That's why I was
better off in the South.
Because that's why I thought he was going to probably end up going to Atlanta.
Yeah, I could have seen that. He could have been in Georgia.
Because before the show started, Kennesaw's from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there before. John, right outside.
I've been through there. Yeah, so everybody, we are halfway through the first round of the NFL draft, and we have had some bombs dropped. We have had some interesting things happen. We have already had 4 trades, I want to say. Because it all started with Dallas at 10. Then you had at 11 the Giants. Then you have Minnesota. So that's 3 trades that have already happened within the last 4 or 5 picks. We've had 3 trades. Dallas trades back with the Giants. The Giants trade back with the Bears. The Eagles trade with the Cowboys, and then Minnesota trading with the Jets. So both Jet teams trade. One trades out, one trades back, the other trades up. And then New England getting Mac Jones at 15, and now the Cardinals are on the clock. So we're inching closer to the Tennessee Titans pick at 22, hoping that Indianapolis doesn't screw this up for us. Which they very well might.
Yeah, I know
They're
Indy
going-
gonna pick.
they're-
I know Indy gonna pick somebody that we won't.
They're going to try to screw us. We know that. We know that. They're going to try to screw us as best that they can. Hold on, who we get? Who they get?
Nathan Collins.
Wow. and don't get me wrong, I like Jaylen Collins.
That's a bit high though.
That is a bit high. But no, he's a guy. Jaylen Collins, for a lot of people that may not know about him, I've seen him play against Memphis. He can play all over the field. He can play in a middle linebacker setting. He can play on the edge.
There were quite a few mocks that had him to Tennessee.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and J-Rob
They
was
out.
at his pro day.
Yeah.
J-Rob was at his pro day working him out. And this is interesting that Christian Darrisaw and Jalen Phillips are still on the board right now at this point. And Greg Newsome is as well. So, you know, we got 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We got 5 picks to go before we're up. And, you know, Elijah Moore, everybody's favorite wide receiver, is still there. Greg Newsome is still there. So, really, all of my targets are still on the board.
You know what I would say?
Hopefully, I'm going for the next five.
If Indy takes Newsome, let's turn right back around and bite them in the butt and take Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
I actually did that. We did on our mock draft yesterday. I actually had the Colts and I picked Greg Newsome because I knew that's what they probably would do.
Or I would say this. I would do that if Jalen Phillips is not on the board. If Jalen Phillips is on the board and Indy pass on him,
They need
get
him.
him because you could see him smacking Carson Wentz often because they need a tackle. If they don't get a left tackle, that's going to weaken their line.
That
Quentin
or we
Nelson-
go out and get if Jenkins is still there at 22.
Only if those players are off the board. If Jenkins is there, I mean, because Jenkins, like I said, the one word I give him, nasty. He is, if you're a wrestling fan, you've heard of the Nasty Boys. He is a nasty boy. Like, he said, I saw it. He made Joseph Osai look like a small child. Like, he committed crime on Joseph Osai.
He committed murder on Osai.
Yes, he did. I mean, he blocked him all the way out of bounds.
To the wall.
To the wall. I mean,
Like
it's like in
he
the
was,
blind. It was like in the Blind Side with Michael Orr.
Yeah.
That's what I was fixing
Learning
to
to play
say.
position. Yeah, and it was like
He was like,
blocking
I
to the
was
whistle
taking to the bus. It's
for him to go.
I was taking him to the bus. It was time for him to go home.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Titans Mafia is a little nervous about Newsome. He's saying injury prone. He's injury prone. Availability is the best ability, and that is correct. That is very true. The best ability is availability. Now, his injury problem is nowhere near Caleb Farley, but it is something to shortly consider. But
Under 2
you're
minutes.
not hearing him. You're not hearing that being an issue now. Some people are probably bringing it up just so they could draft. They can't draft him. Had to drink some water for a minute. But man, this has been a fun night, everybody. Thank y'all for keeping up with us, tuning in. We're having a good time with you. Got my guy Shark. Got my guy P. Shark from the Let's Tighten Up podcast. My guy Lee Hillis from the 615 podcast. Also hoping everything is okay with Alex, with Mr. Titan's wife. He had to be on baby duty. He was gonna join us for the Titans pick, but had to take care of some family business. I absolutely understand. Family first. This is a family show,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
so always take care of your family first. We gonna be here, no doubt about it. But this draft is interested in
Pick us in
the pick is in with Arizona. So let me ask y'all:
in
do y'all
LA
think that
or Vegas.
for Titans' sake, do you think this is kind of going the way we want it to go?
Yeah, but I'm still scared of still scared of them just taking somebody we don't agree with.
That's true. And I mean, again, if Phillips, Newsom, Ojulari, and I'll even say Elijah Moore are all off the board, then you go Telvin Jenkins. And if all of them are off the board, get out of there. Get out of that pick.
Trade down. Try to get out of
Trade
32.
down. Get out of that pick any way that you can.
Like, everything has to fall apart for none of those guys to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
They got to go
agree.
to.
I think one of them is going to be there for us to pick. One of the 5 are going to be there for us to pick, and I think we're going to be in good shape. And again, y'all, I know there's a lot of people that will hate the offensive line pick because I know J-Rob is scared of what happened last year. I know all of us are, but Telvin Jenkins might work out good. The dude looks like Urkel, blocks like a tank. Here we go, the Raiders. Wow, the Raiders are in.
Leatherwood.
Oh.
One of my he was my number 1 on the show a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
with
he
Jalen
was
Mayfield.
your number 1. He was your number 1. Now,
with Mayfield.
Here's what I think is about to happen. Miami's going to take Christian Darrisaw for some reason. I have that feeling. Because there were a lot of wonder if they would take Penei. Well, then again, if they needed a lineman, they would have took Penei Sewell at 6. But I don't think they thought Christian Darrisaw would be in that position. So they could go Darrisaw, be like, you know what? We get a steal at 18. I mean, the 14th, 15th, and 18th ranked players.
They go probably edge or linebacker.
I can see them going Phillips.
Go
that would hurt.
Or JOK.
I can see them going JOK or Kwity Paye. Yep, I can see that, and I hope that's what they do. And I mean, but then again, Dad, you hope Darrisaw ain't there for the Colts either. Darrisaw could be there for the Colts because after Miami, I don't think Washington goes offensive line. I don't know if the Giants go offensive line. Colts probably will go offensive line. I was not expecting Alex Leatherwood to go this high. And the thing that turned me off with Leatherwood, and I know, Lee, we talked about this a few weeks ago. We talked about this a while back. The Senior Bowl practice tape against Quincy Roche, that bothered me.
He got
destroyed by Quincy Roche on that tape. Now, every lineman gets beat.
There have been 5 Bama players taken.
Yeah.
In the top 20.
Already. And Christian Barmore could be another.
Yep.
I would not be happy if Barmore went right here.
Yep, and that's another one. Barmore is still there.
And like Miami, they need defensive help.
So we got to pick up the litter at 22, pretty much.
Washington's on the clock.
All right.
Like, I hate to say this, but the closer we get to our pick, the higher my nerves get.
Yep.
I know, right?
Right.
Because right now they're saying our top 4 needs are corner, wide receiver, O-line, and tight end.
And 3 of them are there.
and right now, and all 5 of my guys are still there. Ojulari, Newsome, Barmore, Phillips,
Moore.
Moore, Jenkins, they're all still there. And right now, with Miami, Washington, New York, and then Indy, 2 of those guys are going to be there. 2 of those guys are going to be there. So we're going to have our pick of the litter.
I say Miami probably goes Barmore.
Now, they could go running back. Najee
Najee
Harris is still there.
Alabama.
There's one
Yep,
guy I would
that
not
could
count
be
out.
7. There could be
There-
7 Bama players.
There's one guy that I would not count out.
Who?
Who's
Javonte Williams.
From North Carolina. Yep.
Yeah.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have heard him getting some buzz. He could be heading up too. I have
I've-
heard some buzz with him.
I've seen
Here's Miami.
Jaylen.
Jalen Phillips. University of Miami. Stay in Miami.
I was hoping he hold out.
I wasn't shocked. I picked him
I've
up.
seen
Stay home
I've
in
seen
Miami.
Harris. I've seen Najee Harris mock to Pitt.
Yep. And still
Yep.
fans saying that's what they want.
Yeah. And so basically, Jalen Phillips gets to stay home. He played at Miami. He
What's
gets
up?
to stay in Miami, although his family is in California. I mean, if it wasn't for the concussions and the injury, he's my number 1
And
pass
him-
rusher.
And him medically having to retire in 2018.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, Jalen Phillips, and now, oh my goodness, we got to play against Waddle, and now we're going to have to play against this guy too. Taylor Lewan is going to have to block this guy.
And I feel like LeWan can manhandle this man.
I do too, but it depends on who we have on the right side. I don't know if Ty Sambrelo is going to be able to manhandle him.
I say
mean,
no matter. I say no matter who's left on your list when we pick at 22, we've got to get Jenkins.
Yeah,
If he there.
if he's there.
If Indy don't take him.
Right.
But they need a left tackle though.
But Darisaw is there too. Darisaw is there
Yeah.
too.
They need left. So
Nobody
Not unless he
expected
goes to
Darisaw
Washington.
be there. And again, that's what I was saying with Darisaw. Darisaw could start off on the right, and then at some point, if Lewan gets hurt, move him to the left. Or if Lewan's play declines, trade him, move him to the left. So, I mean, hate that Phillips is gone, but you know what? At least Miami didn't get him. I mean, not Miami. At least Indy didn't get him.
Yep.
So now Washington, the Washington football team is now on the clock. And what does Washington do?
Caleb Farley's still sitting there.
And Caleb Farley is there. JOK is there. Darisaw is still there. This is, like I said, this draft has not went completely the way. I mean, this draft has went a little bit differently than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I like the fact that it has went this way. So, I mean, some surprises have happened. And, you know, that's what you want. You want some shocks. And let's see.
Yeah, Washington can go anywhere.
They could. And Washington could do just about anything.
They
We'll
can
have to
do
see which way
anything
they
right
go.
now they want to.
What's that?
I said they can do anything right now that they
Yeah.
want to.
They really
They could
can.
trade back if they want to.
And the pick is in. Okay.
So they're not. And
I was
again,
gonna say I would love to see Tennessee jump Indy and
Indy,
go
yeah.
to 19.
yes,
20.
I agree. I mean, and think about this. If we jump Indy to 20, we won't have to give up much. We can give
Hey.
up a 4th or one of our 6th round picks and still stay where we're at.
You know what I would say do? Screw Indy before they can screw you.
Right.
I agree. 100%. I agree 100%. Philomatic says, I'm surprised Farley is still available. His back must be worse than most people think. I honestly think now Farley could have a chance to fall out of the first round altogether.
I say if he's there at 33, Jacksonville will take him at 33.
Yeah, that sound like a Jacksonville type move. That sound like a Jacksonville move. Go ahead and take a risk. Or Cleveland at 26. They need cornerback help.
We need cornerback, yeah.
Or
New Orleans.
New Orleans because they lost Jackrabbit.
Yep.
So
maybe
I think,
Baltimore.
I think one of two things are going to happen. The Titans are either going to get a good player or they're going to trade back.
Yeah, I'm thinking trade.
Unless Pittsburgh takes Farley.
Yep.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. I think they're going. Yeah, I can see them taking point.
And in this situation, I would try everything in my power not to trade back any further than about 26. Yeah.
Which is Cleveland.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Yeah, you're afraid that Indy might screw you, but another team that you don't want to screw you is Baltimore. Because Baltimore might try to screw us too.
So the last mock draft I did, and of course, Chris, I think I sent it to you. Yep. I traded 22 down to 27. And at 22, Baltimore took Kadarius Toney.
Man.
Of course, they need a receiver. They're taking one regard.
And I like Kadarius Toney. I like Toney.
And of course, we still got Elijah Moore.
And now Washington, you know, they could be Jimmy G territory. They could be Deshaun Watson territory. Washington's going to trade for a quarterback in the coming days. I can see that happening with them. But let's see what they do. They might go Darisaw.
What?
Really?
Wow. You know, I
say that's too early.
I had him in the mock draft going 16 to Arizona. This is a guy that I asked about, you know, who could be a guy that shouldn't go in the first round but does. Jamin Davis was one of those guys. I mean, he could have been had in the second round. I think that's the shocking. That is one of the shocking picks of the draft. Is Jamin Davis going that high over JOK?
Well, the Giants are there. Caleb Farley, Kwity Paye, and Christian Darisaw.
Yeah, Caleb Farley, Kwity Paye, Darisaw. I would actually be fine if Indy drafted Kwity Paye. I would be okay. I would be fine with that. Actually, I want Indy to draft Kwity Paye. I do. But now, back on the clock, y'all see the Bears. This is actually the Giants on the clock now at 20. They could go offensive line. They could go defensive line. They could go pass rusher. It's a good question.
Kwity Paye, Christian Darisaw,
Barmore are all still there. Some other guys that are there.
I hope J-Rob listened to AJ.
I mean, Azeez Ojulari is still there too. Azeez Ojulari, we forget about him. He's still there.
And of course, it'd probably be our luck that Andy would probably take him.
Agreed.
Because they know we're eyeballing him, so they'd probably do that just out of spite.
Yeah, that sounds like I would think so.
That sounds like a Chris Ballard type move.
Yeah, Indy's gonna do it to spite us. That's what they're gonna try to do. They're not gonna pick a player so much that they need. They're gonna pick a guy to make sure we can't get him. And Nigel comes and says, "What was that with Washington?"
Right.
That is one of the shocking picks of the draft so far. Is Jamin
outside
Davis?
outside of Trey Lance going at 3.
Yeah, Trey Lance going at 3.
Davis going at
J.C. Horn going 8 to Carolina, even though that's a good pick.
and then Davis going at 19.
And Davis going at 19. Yeah. And I would even say the Jets trading all the way up to 14 to get Elijah Vera-Tucker. Even.
In my mind, he probably would have been there at 23.
I agree. I think he would have been there at 23 if the Dolphins hadn't picked him.
But thinking how what the Dolphins would have done, they probably would have picked him at 18.
22.
I think
so.
Phillips would have been there, would have went at 19. Davis would have went at 20.
Yeah. And so everybody, we're almost there. We're 2 picks away from the Titans being on the clock. And right now, we're in prime position, ladies and gentlemen. All of our top 5 targets are still there, are still on the board.
And the one thing that J-Rob has said, look at the opponents 4 in front of you and then the 4 behind you.
Yep. You got to take a look at who's ahead of you, and you got to be weary of who's behind you. And I also think like this. You got to think about the teams that you're going to play. We have a very tough schedule next year, this upcoming season. We're going to be playing a lot of good offenses next year. We're going to be playing Kansas City. You know, the Chargers. Miami. Buffalo. We're going to be playing all of these teams next year.
New England.
Our defense, New England. We have got to be solid, especially defensively. We got to be solid on both sides of the ball. And the Giants, I don't think they know what they want to do yet. Maybe Tennessee could trade up here and possibly jump Indy.
Pick us in.
I would do it.
I mean, everybody we want is still on the board, though.
Well,
the pick is in. Who do the Giants go with? But I have that feeling. I honestly think.
I hope the Giants screw Indy.
Yeah, I agree. Take Darisaw or I would say take Darisaw. Take Darisaw so that way Indy can't get him. They get Kwity Paye. I'm okay with that because I don't like him anyway. And remember, y'all, they're talking about rounds 2 and 3 starting at 6. I will be doing a live show tomorrow night as well, talking about picks rounds 2 and 3 as well. So stay tuned for that. Be ready for that. We gonna be partying the next 2 days. This is one of the fun times of the year. This is like Christmas coming early.
Yeah.
Christmas 3 times over. It's the most wonderful time of the year. And that's exactly what it is. Like I said, all my targets still on the board, including a couple of more. Now, some people, like I said, if you could trade back and get Elijah Moore, fine. Do that. But don't trade back for the sake of trading back. If the guy you want is there, take him at 22. We got some more people coming in. YOLO. Kingdom Come. What's up with you? Welcome in. Ms. Margarita, I don't know who we going to pick yet. There's a lot of guys available. There's a lot of guys that we could choose from. We got the pick of the litter right now. The Titans cannot screw this up.
We think.
At least we think. They still could.
The New York
But here's the Giants on the clock.
Kadarius Toney. Wide
Kadarius?
receiver.
Oh, I heard it.
The person not happy.
Yeah, Giants fans are not. They don't like that pick. But I will say this:
Good,
they
though.
are going to love this pick
Yeah,
in a
I like
year or
he's doing
two.
it.
They're going to love this pick in a year or two.
You like
Oh my
it.
goodness!
Boxing match.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Man,
Like
Kadarius Toney got a party going on.
right, like about it.
Girl in pink. They got some. That's a good party. So now the Colts are on the board, and both tackles they could go with are there. Newsome is there. Man,
Darisaw.
Darisaw is still there. And I'm thinking that's where they're going, and that could be bad news for us, which means we might need to go pass rusher like an Azeez Ojulari who could beat him.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a lot of people thinking we should go Caleb Farley, but I don't think we're doing that. Caleb Farley, the injuries are very concerning, honestly. But the question I have, I brought this up to TD when we were talking about receivers. Is he more committed to football, or is he committed to being a music artist, a la somebody else that we know?
Panda.
No, his name is Gigi Bowser now.
He looks like a Bowser.
I heard some of the mixtape.
Hey.
I was not impressed.
I still haven't listened to it, so.
Don't waste your ears. For the love of God, don't waste your ears. I'm telling you, don't do it. I heard it. It's about 30 seconds I regret. It's 30 seconds I can't get back.
Did it sound like a German Shepherd dying?
It was auto-tuned. It was basically T-Pain as an old man on his last legs about to die.
That's the perfect way to put it.
Deep.
Like I said, I love Kadarius Toney. I think the Giants are going to love this pick in a year or two. The guy is fast. And he's tough. He can take a hit.
He's 6
There was a
foot,
game
193.
Yeah, and he could take a hit. There was a game against South Carolina. He took a slant to the house. There were like, this play here, there were like 6 or 7 guys that could have brought him down, and nobody did. Nobody
wish
could
we
bring
would've
this guy
traded.
down.
I wish we would have traded up with the Giants.
Yeah, I kind of wish we could have leapfrogged Indy, but either way, we're in good position.
Yeah.
We're in good shape.
I mean, everybody we want to stay on the board, so just take
and
a pick.
honestly, now I kind of hope we don't trade back.
Yeah, because you really can't go wrong with any of these.
You can't go wrong with any picks that we have.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
unless J Rob just does something off the board.
Yeah, like he did last
year. Which he is attuned to do. Which he has done that before. We know this.
Which all Titans fans are praying, please don't do that.
Hey, just don't screw this up. He cannot screw. I mean, I know he can, y'all, everybody. I know
he did it last year.
This up. He did it last year, but really, we were in a bad spot anyway because, again, Green Bay screwed us up because we could have traded out. But, again, in this situation, even though J-Rob could, he cannot screw this up. He cannot screw this up.
In this position, it's total screw-proof.
Yeah, it's different. Right? It's different from 29.
Because, I mean, here's the thing. Even if they go with Darisaw, let's say they go Darisaw, we don't know if he's going to be a great left tackle or not. Now with Quinn Nelson, he's going to be pretty good. I'll say that.
I say Darisaw would probably end up playing that left tackle because of the retirement of Anthony Costanzo.
Yeah,
Anthony Costanzo. Yep.
Mm-hmm. You're going to play left.
I agree.
And so placing him next to Quentin Nelson
Now, Colts pick is in. I think they're going Darisaw. That left side is going to be massively good.
Well, counting
If
they
they
had
go
1,000-yard
Darisaw.
rusher last year, or no, they had what, two 1,000-yard rushers.
Yeah. And here's the thing I'm praying to. I hope they do this. I hope they just go off the wall and go Quiddy Pay. Please be Quiddy Pay. Go Quiddy Pay, and we have the pick of the litter. We have the pick of the litter, and we screw Indy at the same time. So let's see.
Oh.
And really, Titans could do whatever they want now. They could stay and they could trade back and still get a guy they want. So the Titans are in prime position now. The Titans can, again, like you said, Lee, this is screw proof. They cannot screw this up.
They
Do
gave
not go
back
off the wall.
They gave the Kadarius Toney pick a grade of a B.
Yeah, because he might have been in the late first round, early second round. You probably could have got him. I'm kind of wondering what Titan Upload is saying right now, because I'm hoping that Brian's pick does not come true.
Who did he say again?
I don't. He had Trevor Borick, the safety
From TCU.
from TCU. But again, this is screw proof. You cannot screw this up, J-Rob. Don't screw this up for the love of God. Just let Indy pick a guy that we don't even know who it is, and we're good. Because they could go offensive tackle. They could go corner with Newsome because they know A.J. Brown's on the other side. They could go Elijah Moore, and that would be so Colts if they went Darisaw or Elijah Moore just to mess with us. They're going to try to mess with us. You know they are. You know they're going to do
I agree, Chris. I agree. I got a feeling they're going to go Darisaw.
I think so, too. I think they're going Darisaw. The fact that he's here, and a lot of times you say to go like 13 or 14, and he's still there, is crazy. It's crazy. I did not think Darisaw would be this far. And this is what the Colts gave up to get Wentz. They gave up their third-round pick this year and I believe a conditional second-round pick, which could turn into a first if Carson Wentz meets certain goals. I think it's played 75% of the time or make it through the whole season. Boo! We hate the Colts.
Could he pay? They selected
Yes! They screwed it up. They screwed it up. J-Rob doesn't have to go. J-Rob could do whatever he wants. J-Rob could do whatever he wants now.
He can't screw up.
He cannot screw up now.
Kind of impossible, too.
Hey.
It's impossible for him to screw this up now.
It's impossible.
He can do whatever he wants, and we're good.
I think we take more right here. I think we do.
If they take Elijah Moore this early, I might be a little upset. Trade back and get him. The wide receiver class is way too deep. Now, yes, they could go corner with Newsome because,
we need Newsome.
You should go best player available. And
because we have players we have players in our division like T.Y. Hilton, Michael Pittman.
Yeah, we need Newsome.
We could go Newsome.
We need Newsome.
But here's the thing. Do you go for need or do you go best player available that you didn't think was there, thinking that, hey, Dennis Kelly, you let go. You not only Ty Sambrello and Kendall Lamb, if you go with Christian Darisaw, you go with Darisaw and Jenkins, you know they're going to beat them out. And, Derrick Henry is just fine. But we'll see.
I think defense is that big of a need, though.
I could see that. I could understand
I think we can survive with
because offensive tackle is very deep, and really the way that this is going, we could still get a very good quality tackle
Right.
in the second or third round.
Cornerback, you running out of fumes on cornerback.
That's true.
Later
That's
round.
true. That is correct. But everybody,
all I have to
everybody-
say,
we are here.
all I have to say is Indy just screwed the pooch.
They
Mhm.
did. They did. They just helped us tremendously. Thank
you, Indy.
Indy. Now, Kwity Paye could end up being a good player. I scouted and looked at Kwity Paye, and I was not impressed. And I love Michigan. I'm a Memphis Tiger alum. I love Memphis, but I am also a Michigan fan. And I looked at Kwity Paye's tape, and I was not impressed. He had against Minnesota.
Kwity Paye is huge.
Mm-hmm. He reminds
He's
me.
6'4". He's 6'4", 272.
I mean, here's the thing. Kwity Paye reminds me of Jadeveon Clowney. Very good against the run, but didn't give the sack numbers.
Don't worry about him.
But didn't give the sack numbers.
So I'm looking at the best fit for us.
So where do we go? What do y'all think? Do we go corner with Newsome left? Do we go Elijah Moore at receiver, knowing that this receiver class is deep? Do we go offensive tackle with two good tackles right there? Darrisaw, who is 14th on the board, is there. Do we go interior defensive line with Barmore, or do we go pass rusher? Ojulari is there too. What do y'all think? Everybody put your comments in. Where do you think you're going? I see a lot of people laughing. People crying.
Greg Newsome for me.
I would be good with Greg Newsome as well. If they go Darrisaw here, I would not be mad.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad.
I wouldn't be mad because you know what? You need help on the offensive line as well. And he's the best player available. He's the best player on the board.
Exactly.
That's why I wouldn't be mad about that.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while.
But I think it's either Darrisaw or Newsome, in my opinion.
J-Rob used the clock.
We're not going Elijah Moore. I don't see it happening. We got under 2 minutes, so either the Titans are on the phone or they're trying to make that last decision. J-Rob is trying to decide what he's going to do. Could there be a trade on the horizon?
I wouldn't mind a trade that because, I mean, as long as it's not like 32 or something. Yeah, as long as it's like 26 or 27. Because everybody we want is here.
Now, Pittsburgh's not going to trade up for a running back because Minnesota's not taking a running back. They got Dalvin Cook.
Right.
Buffalo could trade up for a running back, but I think 30 is too far back.
I could see New Orleans one. Well,
New Orleans could trade up, and they said they want Caleb Farley. They can go ahead, but the Titans need to go ahead and put their pick in, because if they don't get this pick, it goes to Minnesota. We lose it out. So, J-Rob, make the choice. But this is drama.
It is.
J-Rob had to give us some drama.
There we go.
There is 40 seconds left. J-Rob, make a move.
Pick in.
The pick is in. So they made their pick. All right, y'all. The pick is in. Where do we go? Are we going to be upset or are we going to celebrate? I think we're about to celebrate. I think we're about to celebrate. I think something good is about to happen, but I am setting myself up for disappointment.
Or we could go the other Moore and go Rondell Moore.
Too early. No way.
Nah.
No way.
I like him, but
Second round, yes. Second round, I'm all for it.
You going?
I
can't choose
Rondell Moore second round.
I can't take him over Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, or Terrace Marshall.
No way.
I need them
Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of people that want us to take a chance on Farley, not with Newsome on the board.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it. Not with Newsome on the board.
If they end up taking Farley, I wouldn't be too mad, but I would have wanted Newsome.
Yeah, Newsome is more of a sure thing.
Right. Although they're both injury prone, but Farley's is more.
Farley is way more injury prone. There are Titan fans in the building. There it is. So what are the Titans going to do? Is J-Rob going to get this pick right?
I wonder they're going to let the fan of the year announce it.
They're talking about the Hall of Fame. Yeah, wide receiver, tight end, corner, top 3 needs. Everything that we need is there for us.
It's
I
so
don't
tight
know why
end.
they got strong safety as top 5.
Don't go
need
safety.
that
Don't
bad.
go safety. Don't go safety.
Please don't go safety. That will piss me off if they do that. That is the one pick that would piss me off. I'm trying to see if
All right.
they had to play some Caroline. Well, I'm sorry, y'all. As a DJ, I've played that song too many times.
But play
I
this
played
on
that song too
time.
many times at a lot of weddings.
The
So that's
greatest
how I know
one,
it.
They
That's
play this
how I
song
know it.
every Memphis Tigers basketball game.
Yup. So good. So good. I played it at too many weddings. I've played it at too many weddings.
With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, defensive back.
Caleb Farley.
What?
I ain't mad at it. I would want to Newton, but
What? They decided to take the gamble. They
Hey.
decided to take the gamble.
he's the
We
best
see-
corner, man-to-man corner if it works out.
If
We
it works out,
see
yes.
how it worked.
This-
We see
I
how
mean,
it worked with Big Jeff.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking
they're
about Big
thinking they
Jeff.
might hit with Big Jeff.
Thinking about Big Jeff.
Yeah, I agree. Man, I
Let's
was
go.
not expecting. I said I wanted Farley. I think Titan Upload said he wanted Farley.
Let's go.
I think
I'm
the
not
Titans
mad.
have been listening.
Maybe they have. But I mean, I agree. Maybe. I mean, they
fine
must have, their doctors must have gave them the go-ahead.
Yeah,
The
I mean, that's
doctors
something.
must have gave
You
them the
don't expect
go-ahead.
them
Because I don't
Dude.
think they make this pick. I don't
You know-
think they make this pick unless the doctors have given the go-ahead.
You know what I would laugh about if we did? I would laugh if we trade our second round to move back into the first.
That wouldn't hurt. You know what? That would not shock me. We still got a second and 2/3 and 2 6s. I could see that happening where we trade back into the first round and go get Elijah Moore, or trade up early in the second round. So, I mean, they must have liked Farley a heck of a lot better, and I will give them that. I mean, but the Titans select Caleb Farley at 22. I mean, I honestly thought maybe, I think that's what they tried to do. They tried to trade back. That's why the clock was going down, and maybe they did not have a good trade partner who was willing to come up. So
I wonder who they were trying to trade with. I wonder who.
that's a very good question. I think the Titans must have been trying to trade with somebody, and it didn't fall in their favor.
Like probably Cleveland, New Orleans, somebody like that.
Yeah. So, again, the Tennessee Titans take Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech at corner. We need a corner. We do. So, as far as the pick itself, I like it. The back does scare me. But if all checks out, we could have gotten the steal of the draft if this works. This could be Jeff Simmons all over again.
Even if it means he has to sit for 4 weeks.
We got
Like-
Janoris
like-
Jenkins and Christian
Like
Fulton.
Big Jeff.
We got Fulton and we got Janoris Jenkins, and they may pick another corner later. So that that could help.
You know who I would love to see us take late?
What's that?
Jamar John Charles from App State.
You've mentioned him quite a bit. You have mentioned him quite a bit. I know. I've noticed that. You've mentioned him quite a bit. on some shows. So I'm actually posting that pick right now.
Yeah, I don't really worry too much about injury concerns. I mean, because anybody can get hurt out
Yeah,
the blue in
that's
the
true.
NFL. I think about like Michael Porter Jr. in the NBA. They were scared off of him from back concerns. Now look at him
Yep.
with the Denver Nuggets. Like,
So I mean, this could
Well,
be, you know,
hits on the
this could very well be diamond in the rough all over again.
So Pittsburgh's on the clock.
So everybody, what do y'all think? Do you like it? Jim, one of my Eagle fans says he's gonna be fine. Do9 says he likes it.
yeah, I mean, overall,
Kingdom Come says, gun holster. Does he have a gun holster? Because he's locked down.
we've
Nigel says best cover corner on the board.
never had a
Titans
lockdown corner.
Mafia likes it. It looks like everybody seems to be on board. Everybody seems to be on board.
The last
about
good corner we had. The last good corner we had to have been Cortland Finnegan.
Right, and even he was just scrappy.
Agreed.
I say, yeah, Cortland Finnegan. Alteron Vernon was real good.
And of course, I'm scared about 24 right now.
They're gonna take a run. Right,
in my mind, Tevin Jenkins could go at 24
to Pittsburgh, and we got to play them too.
Because they
them too, if I'm not mistaken.
Because they lost Villanueva.
Yeah, he might be going to the Ravens too.
Or they could go Darisaw.
They could. I mean, they could. They need an offensive tackle, and the guy that they want is there all along. So,
because I'm looking at the best fits for Minnesota. It's Darisaw, Mooring, and Ojulari.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Caleb Farley is the pick. I mean, I like it. I don't know if I love it. I mean, I've loved it for a while, but then when I heard the stuff, it kind of hurt. But, I mean, yeah, without the injury, he's the best corner on the board.
So did y'all see the mock-up? Did y'all see the mocked-up draft room?
Yeah, I saw it. Yep.
What else?
Told you. Minnesota gets the guy they wanted all along. The Vikings get the guy they wanted all along.
I was saying Darisaw would probably go.
So the Vikings.
So now it comes down to I say Pitt takes, of course, as Shark was saying, they'll probably take either Harris or Jenkins right here.
Yeah, because they could use offensive line help too.
Yep, they definitely use offensive line help.
What if they go Greg Newsome?
Yeah. So once again, everybody,
a corner too.
The Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, cornerback out of Virginia Tech at 22, and I think a lot of us are on board with this pick, and I think in the end I am too. Kind of nervous about the back, but again, I just think that he's too good to pass up.
Right.
He's too good to pass up. Let's see. Give me a second, y'all.
Darisaw, he's scrappy.
Yeah, Darisaw is good. So two straight Hokies go back to back.
The Pittsburgh pick is in. So that means Jacksonville is back on the clock.
And see, they could go Telvin Jenkins, and I wouldn't like that at all. I wouldn't like that at all. So they could go Jenkins and give Trevor Lawrence some protection. Or they could go Elijah Moore just to smack in our face.
Hey, let me tell you something funny. So where Darisaw went to high school at
Mm-hmm.
is the same place where Eddie George went.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That's interesting.
Cardell
That's
Jones
interesting.
went.
Now, there are some who said we should have taken Telvin Jenkins or Christian Barmore. Now, a lot of people have said, there's been some rumors out with Barmore not being coachable, which he could drop maybe out of the first round, but I don't know. So we're definitely going to see.
I say Barmore will go in one of those final four.
Yeah.
Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, or Tampa.
But it looks like a lot of fans on the chat really love the pick. They really love Caleb Farley. Again, if the injury and it's just me, and that's the only thing. I'm not denying it's a great pick. It's a great pick. A guy that probably would have went top 10, top 15 just falls in our lap.
You know who I would have went after at 22?
Who's that?
Asante Samuel.
Too early. I think back end of the first round, like very end of the first round, early part of the second round, I could see it, but too early for me. Who do the Steelers pick?
Najee Harris. Got to go against him.
Well, Najee Harris. They needed a running back. They got one.
Got to be him.
So now they have two running backs in that backfield out of the SEC.
Who's that?
Benny Snell.
Oh,
They have Benny Snell
yeah.
from Kentucky and
Kentucky.
Caleb Harris.
And then McFarland from Maryland. Wow. That's a good pick. Now, Jacksonville has to be a little nervous because they could go tackle. They could go
JOK.
defense. They could go JOK. I'm just hoping it's a guy that can't hurt the Titans very much. But this tells me the Titans are in prime position. They could get some really good picks going forward.
I saw somewhere that J-Rob says he wants to turn what we have into more picks for this year.
I could see him trading back in the second round and getting some more, getting something else. I could see him trading back.
Let me look at the second round.
I could also see him trading up in round 2 as well. I could also see him trading up in round 2. So, man, Najee Harris, a lot of people think he could be just as good, maybe even, dare I say, better than Derrick Henry because he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can pass protect. So, well.
That's one thing I think Derrick struggles with is pass pro.
Yeah.
He's always struggled with that.
He has struggled with that. He has. Absolutely. So, this has been fun. Having a good time. We're having a good time, everybody.
Because Jacksonville's already got their quarterback.
They got the quarterback. They could go offensive line.
Now, that's what I was say. Now, do they go offensive line to protect that piece?
Could they go wide receiver? Give them a weapon. Could they go Trevon Moehrig at safety? So, Jacksonville and Baltimore coming up are some picks that Titan fans need to pay attention to.
Because they could come back to bite us in the butt.
It very well could. So, Titan fans, it ain't over. Just because we made our pick, our night's not over. we got to pay attention to what Baltimore and Jacksonville does. Because Baltimore's a rival. Jacksonville's an in-division rival.
Cleveland too.
And we kind of got to watch out for Cleveland a bit because
They'll play off
we owe them a butt whooping. We owe them.
So we pick it 53.
And there will be plenty of good players there. There are plenty of good players that are going to be there. There's a lot of players. I mean, look at this right now. There are some guys. There's at least 4 guys in the top 25 ranked picks that are still on the board. So there's going to be some good players there in that second round.
So I'm looking at the picks before us.
Mm-hmm.
This is just spitballing. In my mind, we could easily jump from 53 up to 47 with LA.
And again, tackle is deep, everybody. Tackle is deep. Just because we didn't go for Darisaw or Jenkins, you got Eichenberg, you got Braden Christensen, you got Samuel Cosby. You got a lot of good tackles that are still there.
You could also go interior offensive line that could play outside, like a Trey Smith.
Yep. I would say in the third or fourth round, I would look at Trey Smith. Yeah. And here's another thing, and I like that Travis Johnson brought this up. Second round, a guy would keep my eye on. Josh Palmer, I just think it would be too early. I think maybe 4th or 5th round. Dyami Brown. We talk about Elijah Moore having speed. Dyami Brown has just straight line speed. Now, yes, he needs to work on his route tree. But he's fast. He has vertical speed for days and would be a steal. So I don't know if we necessarily have to just completely worry about what other teams are doing, but I mean, you do need to pay attention. So we're waiting on Shark is going to come back with us in just a bit. And I will give a shout out. Let's see. I'm going to put this up because I kind of have to do it. Out of respect, I will put this comment up right here. Because, I mean, if I don't, I probably will never hear the end of it.
You'd probably end up on the couch by.
Look, you're right. I would end up on the couch, and I don't need that in my life.
Or in the doghouse.
Well, I mean, I'm in this amazingly beautiful man cave, so if I'm in the doghouse, I won't exactly cry. I can't exactly cry.
There he is.
Although I might be like, yeah, I'm okay now. I'm good. So, fun night so far. I appreciate everybody being with us. This has been a very fun night. Had a lot of fun with this. Can't wait to hear some of the other reactions from other shows on this pick. Once again, breaking if you've been under a rock this entire night, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, cornerback from Virginia Tech. A guy that would have went in the top 10, probably could have been the first corner picked if it wasn't for the injury. But now we might have gotten the steal of the draft. So now, where do the Jags go? What do the Jags do?
They need everything.
They do.
Except receiver. They got pretty good at it.
I would hope they don't do that.
DJ Chark is
look at DJ Chark.
good.
And obviously,
who they took last year? That speedster from Texas.
Chenault. They took Laviska Chenault last year.
Yeah, that's one.
And obviously, Kevin Byard is on board with the pick. Kevin Byard's on board with the pick, already tweeting out, welcome to the team. So let's see where Jacksonville goes with their second pick. Are you going to sit down for this one?
Huh.
ETN. Yeah.
Teammates again.
Wow. Yeah, they figure go ahead, get his teammate to go with him.
Oh, that's going to be a
Two.
nasty combo.
Bunch of
That
teammates
is
playing
gonna
with
be
each other.
nasty. Well, Jacksonville, and here's the thing with Jacksonville, what they probably said. We're tired of Derrick Henry running all over us. Let's get a running back of our own. Maybe see if we can do the same thing to them.
And, of course, ETN he's nasty.
Very good. And he can catch out of the backfield too.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him in 2019 against Louisville.
I like Travis Etienne. And, we're going to have to make sure we continue to fix up the defense. So, I think interior defensive line could become important later in this draft. We're going to have to stop the run.
So, there's 6 Bama guys gone.
Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6. And then you got to think if Landon Dickerson goes before the end of the night, that'll be 7.
I don't think any school, any college has had as many players drafted in the first round as Bama.
No, I take that back. Bama could have 8 go before the end of the night. Dickerson and Barmore are both still on the board.
Oh, wow. Barmore shows
could have-
good out there.
They could have 8 go in the first round.
Let's see.
What if
What's that?
Barmore goes at 32?
Tampa Bay, embarrassment of riches.
That's likely, too. That's
That is likely.
But, as I was going to say, I think my company might like that pick at 22.
Wow. That's what's up. But in Jacksonville, taking Travis Etienne at running back, solid pick for him. I'll give him that. Alabama's dominating in this draft.
Is it a good pick? Is it a good pick? Yeah, it is. Do I like it? Not at all.
No. For them, it's a good pick. For us, not so much.
That makes defensive interior that much more important.
And that's why it's good that we got Danico Autry in free agency.
Yep.
And this might sound a little crazy. You know who I would go after in the second at 53?
Who's that?
Tyler Shelton.
I would say Aleem McNeil before Shelvin, but I like both of those guys. I like both. We need a nose tackle. We need a big space eater in the middle. One. I would be. Don't get me wrong.
That's why I would say go Tyler Shelvin.
But do you
don't
think?
get me wrong. McNeil or Shelvin, I like them both.
But
I like them both.
Do you think now with Jim Schwartz that we'll run a lot more like 4-3? Or you think of a lot of mix?
I think we'll run a lot more.
I say we could mix it in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. More mix, yeah.
Because I definitely could see where we run a lot more 4-man fronts. I could definitely see that happening.
Except when we play KC, have a spy.
Which is why
Spy Mahomes.
Yeah, and that's why you're gonna have to. That's why Caleb Farley could be very important, and I can see us even drafting another corner later, like a Aaron Robinson or Tay Gowan from Central Florida, or I can see that.
So, out of later in the draft, if I could go after any of these three receivers or two of these receivers, I would take them. And it's Tutu Atwell
Can't catch.
Mm.
Got speed for days, but can't catch a lick. I've heard that
or
from Jerry
Amari
Stillman
Rodgers.
personally. Now, I
Or
would like
Amari
Amari
Rodgers from
Rodgers.
Clemson.
I would like Amari Rodgers a lot. I would be perfectly happy with Amari Rodgers.
I see Browns.
We have partnered as part of Draft-a-thon to bridge the divide for underserved students across the country. Maya Tsumono
We have partnered
and her
with
class
Education Trust as
to
part of Draft-a-thon
face
to
the
bridge the
challenge of
divide.
remote learning. She has
Maya
worked
Tsumono
overtime
and her class at Shaw High School here.
not
Man,
only
we've had fun tonight, everybody. This has been a great show. We've had, around 30 or some people, even more, between Facebook and YouTube. We've had a great time.
by teaching all those students how to use them. I'm proud to introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns fit.
Are you guys ready for the best in the land? For the
So now the home team is on the clock.
Oh, man. What the Ravens get Elijah Moore?
That will hurt.
we have Gregory
Gregory from Miami. Not Greg Newsome. Oh, that's actually
Man,
Caruso.
that they needed
They
cornerback
need a
help,
corner,
and
yeah.
they got it.
They need a
I
corner.
mean,
I,
that's
ha-
a nice
I have to
defensive
admit,
backfield.
that stung just a little bit.
Yeah, that kind of does. Because, I mean, now
Yeah,
you got Denzel Ward on one side.
yeah,
Now you
him on
got
the other.
Greg Newsome on the other.
And
And you,
Clowney.
but you also have Greedy Williams.
Yep.
Who hasn't panned out much. And they have depth.
And then you got
So, and
Clowney with
Oh,
if he
Miles
happy.
Garrett.
Watch
Miles Garrett.
Clowney stays healthy now. All of a sudden.
Right. That would
Just how look.
that would be ironic.
So
That would
who
be
do
just
y'all
so
who do y'all
ironic.
see going at 27?
I'm praying to God is anybody but Elijah Moore.
I think it's Terrace Marshall Jr.
Yeah.
You mean
They
tell you
got
who I
a speed
see?
guy.
Who?
You mean tell you who I see? Trayvon Morin.
They do need help defend. They could
That's
use a
safety.
safety. But they also could use edge, and Azeez
Yeah.
Ojulari is there too.
They lost a lot of defensive line, man.
Rondell Moore.
Yeah, no. Again, too early. I
Yeah.
mean, no Yannick Ngakoue. He's with the Raiders. Judon is in New England.
Yep.
So Azeez Ojulari could be the guy here too. They could go tackle and go Telvin Jenkins. Remember, they just traded
Yep.
Orlando
Hey,
Brown. They just traded Orlando Brown to Kansas City. Well, no, I take it back. Kansas City just got Orlando Brown, so they could go tackle, and Telvin Jenkins is sitting there again. So Baltimore could bite us twice.
Playoff loss and this.
Would be a killer. Would be a killer.
If we cannot get a good offensive tackle in the draft,
We could. We will. It's too deep.
you probably know right what I'm thinking.
What's that?
Mitchell Schwartz.
Yeah, he's still out there. He's still out there. Eric Fisher's still out there. Eric Fisher didn't sign with nobody yet. So, yeah, that is possible. And he could play right tackle right away.
Well, they're both veterans, and that's what we need on that right side.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you're going to agree with me on this. Kendall Lamb is not the answer.
What's so funny about Mitchell Schwartz though? Like Jeff Schwartz hates the Titans, so that's just ironic.
Yeah.
That would be.
That would be ironic.
The only reason I picked up Mitchell Schwartz
He's
It's
good.
just to piss. It's just to piss KC off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I got some comments on Facebook about the Farley pick. I think there are some people that like it, but the Titans suspect defense get better for next season with the pick. I think they do. From my frat brother Adrian, Dustin says I'm worried about his health. True, but I like the pick still. So, uh, Tyler says I know nothing about this kid. Go back and look at his 2019 film. Go look at his 2019 film. The dude used to play receiver. Remember that. He used to play wide receiver.
Yep.
And the good thing about a corner that you got to find out, you got to anticipate routes that receivers are going to run. Because the receiver knows what he's going to do. The corner does not. Farley playing a receiver, he can anticipate what a wide receiver may be able to do, and he could jump him.
Mm-hmm. Both
So-
him and JC Horn had that trait.
Agreed. And so I could be okay with that. I could be okay with that. You know,
So I'm scrolling through Facebook, Chris.
I am too.
Joseph Benjamin Rivera Rodriguez Jr.
My God, Joe.
He posted in the TNT Enforcer page. Said I was expecting Christian Barmore.
Now, Barmore still being available is a
Yeah,
little
he
bit of a shock to me. It is a bit of a shock that he is still there.
Yeah,
And
'cause it was a report came out about him being uncoachable. Yeah.
Yep, there was a report about that. And you know, a lot of people like Jared Stillman and others thought, look, the dude played at Alabama. If he wasn't coachable, Saban would have got rid of him.
Yeah.
Saban would have been like,
Exactly.
nah, you can't be on this.
He wouldn't been playing. Yeah.
He wouldn't be playing.
So-
Exactly.
So
But-
Corey Curtis posted. Titans select Virginia Tech quarterback Caleb Farley, 22nd overall. This is a classic distressed asset selection, straight out of the Patriots playbook, just like Jeffrey Simmons 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yep.
This guy has top 10 talent. He only slid because of 2 back surgeries.
Yep.
If healthy,
Yep.
he's a home run.
Yep.
If he can't get on the field, the Titans have problems.
I agree.
Yep.
It is a boom or bust pick.
Yeah. Big Jeff 2
It
years
is
ago.
a boom or bust
Yeah.
pick. I pray to God the Ravens don't take Elijah Moore. If they do, that will break my heart. That will break my heart.
He gonna kill us in the playoffs.
And
Take
that
the
will
time,
also
baby.
make another Titan very unhappy.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
AJ Brown.
He'll be all right.
Although AJ Brown will get re-signed. AJ
Right.
Brown will get re-signed after this
Right.
year, so
We'll get paid.
we ain't got nothing to worry about. Ravens don't do this to us.
Rashad Bateman, cool. I like Rashad Bateman.
I do like Bateman though.
I think Baltimore just got a really good receiver.
I think so too.
Yep. Yeah, he's real
Because
good.
I said it a few weeks back with TD. He can just flat out catch the football.
Exactly.
He can flat out catch the ball and does a lot of good things with it. So I like that pick for the Ravens. Thank God it ain't Elijah Moore.
I knew they wanted a taller receiver. Although he just 6 feet, but they got a bunch of like Hollywood Browns, like 5'10". Like they wanted somebody who was a little taller.
And that
Well,
might
the
be a
Ravens
reason
have one
why-
more pick. The Ravens have one
still
more
got
pick.
one.
They could still.
Kansas City pick,
Yeah, because they got Kansas City pick from Orlando.
which
Brown.
was crazy. They traded a lineman, one of your best linemen to
Yeah.
Kansas City of all teams.
So they could easily still screw us.
They could. And go
You think they'll
Kevin
take 2
Jenkins.
receivers though? Yeah,
No, I think
they
they
would
could
take
go
somebody
Kevin
else.
Jenkins.
Kevin Jenkins.
I think they could go Jenkins.
unless he goes right here.
Or Barmore, if he's
Yeah, because I mean the Ravens have a knack for doing that, taking guys they know we like. Now here's another thing.
actually.
What if the Saints take Elijah Moore? Now they need a
They
quarterback.
do need another receiver.
They could go with another receiver to go along with Michael Thomas, because Thomas ain't getting no younger.
Right.
And
Down
Well, there's
they
one
say-
team. There's one team that I've heard is actually in love with Elijah Moore, and it's Green Bay.
Green Bay, they definitely need another receiver.
Green Bay definitely need to pick a receiver.
Took one last year, but
And I would kind of
And-
be okay at could have did that last year instead of picking to screw us. Green Bay.
They could screw us 2 years in a row.
They sure could. They sure could. I agree. Green Bay could screw us 2 times in a row. And I appreciate
Unless they go
everybody
Terrence
sticking with us.
Marshall.
Yeah, they could go Terrence Marshall. Terrence Marshall is good, but I
know what?
feel like average with him.
I would say he's more like they kind of got a receiver. What's the fast guy? Valdez Scantling.
Valdez Scantling.
They kind of got somebody already in that same mode.
Then they got Lazard too at number 13.
Yeah, they are kind of in the same mode. Terrence Marshall Jr. and him.
Yeah. So they could use a speed guy.
So there's
Saints
only
pick is
4
in.
picks left.
Yeah, we're almost to the end of the first round. Everybody, I appreciate everybody that has been with us this whole night. I thank my guys Lee and P Sharp for being with us tonight. I think we've had a lot of fun. It's been great.
My favorite pick of this draft had to be Indy
I agree. I agree.
taking Quiddy Pay.
Yeah, not having.
And not taking a tackle.
Yep.
They had a shot at 2 tackles and they whiffed on both.
They
passed
had a
on
chance
both.
at they had a chance at Jenkins and Darisaw. Yeah.
Yep. They also could have took Ojolari.
And they did.
Ojolari is still on the board.
Hmm?
What if he goes to
Barmore?
What if he goes to New Orleans?
What do the Saints
true.
need?
The Saints, they could
His
use
defense is
corner, which
good.
all the good,
Yeah, I think a corner.
all the good corners are gone.
Unless they take
All the
Asante
good
Samuel
corners are
early. Yeah.
Yeah, they could. Wide receiver, that's where Elijah Moore,
Yeah,
Terrence
that's what
Marshall
I'm
could
thinking
be.
too.
Edge help, they could use Ojolari. Joe
Ojolari.
Tryon is there. Linebacker JOK is still sitting there.
Dang, there's a lot of good players. We're gonna
You know
trade around.
You know who I could? You know, Rusty, Asante Samuel's sitting at
Tampa.
or going
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
thinking Tampa.
to play with his dad's old teammate.
Yep. It's on the right. It's on the right.
I think we're really getting we're on the same page with a lot of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is very interesting yet scary at the same time. I don't know exactly how to feel about that.
So question: how would y'all feel about going after Mitchell Schwartz after the draft?
Hey, let's go.
If they don't pick a
Right.
tackle, that's fine.
Yeah, veteran. I know he just got to stay healthy. That's the problem.
I agree. Wow.
Like, if we can get-
they're addressing the media, so Titans are done for the night.
Yeah.
They're addressing the media now, so I think they're done for the night. But
This draft's been insane.
it has.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't had any trades since the mid-teens.
The Jets traded with the Vikings.
That was the last trade.
Yeah.
We've only had 3 or 4 trades this whole night, which I thought there would be more. So this has been a very interesting draft.
I think
I
it'll
got my
be
guy.
even more interesting going into tomorrow.
I agree because there's so many guys
Yep.
that could have won in the first round or high in the second round that's gonna be available. Tomorrow
Yep.
night's gonna be very interesting. And of course, my guy Jimmy
Yep.
saying Asante Samuel could go early to the Eagles tomorrow. We're gonna see.
Another one of his dad's old teams.
2021
Who's that?
NFL Draft. The
Let's
New
see.
Orleans Saints select Jaylen Turner, defensive end.
Who?
In the 2021
Let me see.
New
Who?
Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner,
I don't
defensive
remember him.
Wow. I've heard of him, but I'm like,
I
way
don't.
too early. They
I,
reached.
I watched Memphis play Houston. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of him possibly going in like the third round.
Yeah,
They
this,
reached the big time.
I,
They reached.
I'm telling you, Memphis play Houston. I don't. He didn't jump. He didn't do nothing in games.
See where he's ranked on the list.
Peyton Turner
47.
on draft board 47.
Sheesh.
He's below
That's got to go down as one
Carlos.
of the weird picks. That's got to go down as one of the weird picks of the night. I mean, you have
That would
Azeez
that would be
Ojulari.
that would be a good pick my brain.
So what's going on with?
Exactly. But you got to remember, New Orleans was rumored to be highly interested in Caleb Farley, and thought they could get in front of us.
Yeah.
Instead, they
We
don't.
bit him in the butt.
We bit them.
Yep. And we played them this year too. It's 17th game.
And Nigel said, curious pick by New Orleans. Why didn't they just trade down? I'm like, if you wanted Peyton Turner, you could have just traded out of the first round. Packers are in quick. Oh, my goodness. Why do I feel
Really?
like this could be Elijah Moore?
Yeah, it's probably.
I think it is.
I think it is.
I think it is, too.
Yep. Because they need like
That
a little
would
slide.
just- I would talk so bad about Packer fans if they do this.
Or
would
they
dislike-
probably just or they went off and got Jenkins.
But
They really need to tackle.
Brian Brook. But here's the question: they do need offensive tackle because I think Brulaga is gone. I think
I think he ended up out in L.A.
Let me see.
with the Raiders. I think
Abulaka. Yeah, he went to Chargers.
he went to the Chargers. Okay, so Brulaga probably playing on the right. Slater's gonna play on the left. That's really gonna help Justin Herbert. Nigel says, yeah, I think we screwed New Orleans with Farley.
Yeah. Not only that, but we took Janoris Jenkins.
Yeah, we took Janoris Jenkins from him, sure did. But they didn't resign him, so
Yeah.
So we double screwed them.
they cut him. They cut him. And so for everybody, here's, they're talking about Green Bay, the big story that came in today. Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback, does not want to return to Green Bay. He's a diva. We all know that. Aaron Rodgers has always been a diva. And now he's basically like,
In my mind,
what? It's over. Go right ahead.
In my mind, his best bet is to just retire and go do Jeopardy.
He did do Jeopardy recently with.
I said that on Twitter. I was like, we retiring.
And believe it or not, he's in jeopardy of getting cut.
I can see.
Yeah,
That'd be funny.
that was funny. That was funny. So, I mean, Jordan Love could definitely be starting a lot sooner than we expected. Way sooner. So, who did the Rams go with?
Wait, the Rams didn't have a first round pick this year, did they?
I ain't got a first round
No,
pick
the
for like the
Rams don't
next
have a first round pick.
3 years.
No. They haven't
Their
had a
number
first
one
round pick in
need
a while. You're right.
is a wide
Did I say
receiver.
Rams?
They trade their first round pick every year.
Since they got Jared Goff,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we
we
started
gotta
with
see.
us. Then Jalen Ramsey, Matthew
Here we
Stafford.
go. What do the Packers do?
2021 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
In the 2021 NFL
Okay.
Wow.
Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes,
They just hate Aaron Rodgers.
They
They-
do. They not see. They're thinking, well, you know what? You stuck it to us, Aaron. We gonna stick it right back to you.
But they
So
do it
now
to they do it to him every year though.
they doing
Well,
it to him again.
believe it or not, there's been a lot of beef going back and forth over the last couple of years since Matt LaFleur got hired.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
mean-
feel like this is a marriage that was meant to end.
I agree.
Counting, he sat behind Brett Favre.
For 3 years.
And tell me, is it safe to say that if Aaron Rodgers was to retire, he would be a Hall of Famer?
I would say yes.
Like he's won, I think like what 2 or 3 MVP awards.
Yep.
Yep.
He,
Won
he
one
won an
last
MVP
year.
and a Super Bowl, and he has a Super Bowl. What I like about Eric Stokes, the dude is fast.
Yeah, he's
I would be scared to play Green Bay this year with him on that defense.
he's
You
the
know?
he's
Now,
the
what I also forget, and this is something that we didn't think about with Farley, if he's fully healthy, Farley's fast too.
Oh yeah.
Farley's fast too.
And yeah.
So y'all see the picks by conference, right? SEC has 12.
12.
That's about right.
12.
Big Ten has 6. ACC
Pac-10
has 5, and Pac-12 has 2.
Pac-12 with 2.
That's embarrassing.
That's a shame. I agree. And
I was just thinking. Oh, Stokes is the anti Kevin King.
yeah,
Actually,
I'm with it.
so what I was talking about for tomorrow, what I would do is I would trade with LA. I would give them 53 and maybe one of our 6th for I think it's like 47,
Mhm.
and go ahead and try snagging another player off of them.
Yeah, I could go for that.
And the player that I'm talking about, I think he's still on. It's Casey Hayward.
Man.
Oh, Urban Meyer said he sees.
Or
What
Wow.
do you say?
or
He said he sees
trade
Jerome.
up with New England. Or trade up with New England, send them 53 for I think it's like 48, because I think they pick right after the Chargers do tomorrow.
Yeah.
And also send them one of our two or 3 sixths.
Yeah, we got 2 6s.
Yeah.
And also try to get Stephon Gilmore to add some more depth, leadership, some more veteran leadership.
Yeah, and then if you do that, you know what? Farley could go red shirt.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Basically take a medical red shirt.
Mm-hmm.
yep, that's true.
Yep.
Shark, you was about to say something. What was you about to say?
Oh, Urban Meyer says he sees J. Rob and Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch, and Travis Etienne as a third down back.
I forgot about Carlos Hyde. I forgot about him.
They dropped the third.
But
They
also,
dropped,
speaking of interdivision, I see Deshaun Watson being gone by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think by the end of the weekend, Deshaun Watson's gone. I agree.
What if he ends up in like Minnesota?
Wow. K True. Yeah, that's true. How about Rodgers now bum floor actually has the coach and will get exposed again.
Fact.
Wow. As Tennessee Titans Weekly would say, facts, no paper.
Yeah. We try, yeah.
The Buffalo Bills pick is in. I mean, this
And
Christian
Baltimore
Barmore.
is back on
is
the
back
clock.
on the clock.
Christian Barmore. Yeah.
Barmore,
No,
Ojolari.
they lost John Brown. They can use another.
They give you another receiver. They got Bateman.
Well,
The Bills.
Nah.
Yeah, they can't go running back.
Todd McShay, their top 5 are edge rusher, running back, right tackle,
Yeah,
corner, and defensive tackle.
They could go edge.
They do need edge.
Ojolari.
Yeah,
Ojolari would fit perfectly.
Yep.
And that would be a major problem.
That or go
play Buffalo.
That or screw us and go get Jenkins.
But they don't really need an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
They need edge. They could go corner. Well, they could go Asante Samuel. You know, like you said, they lost John Brown. They could go Elijah Moore.
I thought they were going edge.
Please don't let them go more.
I know, because, I mean, we got to play Buffalo, and Buffalo is starting to be a thorn in our side.
Yeah, John.
Except for we backhanded them on that Tuesday night.
Ooh. That was
When we
sight to
showed
see.
it, we bitch slapped them.
Derrick Henry. Is Josh Norman even in the league anymore?
I think he's still flat, as Cameron Grimes would say in NXT, to the moon.
Gregory Rousseau.
Actually,
Wow.
I think Josh Norman. I think Josh Norman's somewhere in the UK now.
Josh also he a free agent.
Now, I will say this. He might be another boom or bust guy.
Yeah. He's a
He could
classic.
be a guy.
Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's either going to be really good or really suck. And
But
the thing about it is, he is so raw. But he would fit good in that defense.
And of course, there's one pick that I agree with you on. It's the most odd pick of the night. The Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking
I
Peyton.
agree.
They could have took him on.
Taking a basically a no name defensive lineman.
Yep. I agree.
But that draft setup this year, I like the draft setup this year.
Yeah. That's real nice.
Yeah, it is.
How they have like a catwalk.
I like the setup. The draft's going to be in Vegas next year. I think I'm going.
Ooh.
I think I'm going.
And then I think KC.
I think the year after that.
Mm.
I think if it's when they do live in Vegas, I'm going.
Man, I'll take that trip too. Vegas.
Maybe I'll make some arrangements depending on what I'm doing. I'll have to make some arrangements where I can do a live. I would say if I could find, it would be crazy if I could stay if there's a hotel right by where they're picking, and I could be on the balcony and not even have to move, and I can do a live mock from there where they're doing the picks.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that would be great.
One quarterback I cannot wait to come out is Sam Howell out of North Carolina.
Oh yeah, North Carolina.
Yeah.
He real good.
Yeah.
Speaking of quarterbacks, one guy that I wouldn't mind the Titans taking a quarterback to add to the room, because my mind, Deshaun Kaiser's not the answer right there as a third seed.
No.
I think I know where you're going. I think I have an
Where do you
idea
think?
of where you're going. Kellen Mond.
Exactly.
Yep.
Add an A&M teammate.
Yep.
Well, Kellen Mond's impressive. He's good.
He's got upside.
And I feel like letting him sit behind another A&M quarterback and Ryan Tannehill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Jim was talking about that next year too. Like, I honestly, I am
And
thinking about
if
going
he's
to
there at 100,
100.
I say if Mon's there at 100, take him.
It depends. If we could get maybe an extra pick or something, trade back a little bit and get an extra pick or an extra fourth rounder, okay, I might talk. I think we could do that.
I would say Trey Smith with the first of our two thirds.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a great value pick too.
Because
I agree.
Trey Smith is ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, he could sit behind Roger Saffold.
Yep.
He can also sit behind the one.
Yeah, it's like because he could play. He came out as left tackle when he was number one player in high
He
school.
came out of high
true.
school to tackle.
Yep.
Or could play right tackle. He could play right tackle. And then if you know, he could play right tackle and then, maybe move inside to guard.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Like if Nate Davis gets hurt.
I agree. But everybody, we are almost to the end of the draft. This has been too much fun. How much further will Elijah Moore fall? Titans pick at 53. Elijah Moore could fall.
He falling that far.
I don't think he's falling that far either.
We got to trade up in the second round. If he falls to the second round,
I think we trade up.
I say we trade up and get him.
I agree too. I would go. I would be down for that. I would be down if he's in the second round. Trade up. But I mean, look at these players that are still available.
I was gonna say I don't.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. We keep cutting. We try not to cut each other off. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, you froze.
Lee, you frozen? I think Lee is frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dang. He's frozen solid.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man. He's frozen.
You can be back in.
I have to see him moving. If I see his head bopping and moving, then I know he's good. But dang, he's frozen. Now, Nigel comes up with something interesting. He says, Carlos Boogie Basham, real talented, but he ain't motivated.
Mm.
Find that interesting. I find that interesting. I don't know. Well, we know Ravens ain't going wide receiver, but I can see them going edge. Azeez Ojulari is just staring them in the face.
Yeah, he look like a Ravens player. A Ravens type of
Okay,
player.
I think we got Lee back.
I'm back.
There we go. Man, that's a good I have to admit,
Boom.
the green, that's a good get up for a Seahawks fan. I kind of like that. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, the Seahawks don't have a pick in the first round.
What they trying to
The
do?
Seahawks don't have a pick in the first round. I forgot about that. They sure don't have a pick in the first round. But yeah, I agree. And so before we get out of here at the end of the night, after the last draft's a pick, we're going to go back through and talk about the Titans pick a bit. Then we're going to say which one was the best pick of the night, obviously besides Trevor Lawrence. What was the best pick of the night? What was the most surprising pick of the night? And what was the worst pick of the night? And I think there's plenty of nominees for all.
Mm-hmm.
So we want y'all to think about that. What was the best pick of the night? And you can't say Trevor Lawrence. You can't say the top three quarterbacks. Well,
Ain't nobody was
something else.
anyway.
The best, you can't say that. Which one was the best pick? And who was the most surprising pick? One that you didn't expect. And which one was the worst? There are nominees for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, again, the pick is in with the Ravens. Let's see what they do. Hopefully, they don't screw us. But everybody, there are a lot of good players still on this board.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of good players that could have been gone that are still on the
Jenkins.
board. The Titans could have their pick of the litter in the next 2 rounds. So tomorrow night, I think, could be even more exciting than tonight. And the more and more, and you know, I think again,
The Baltimore Ravens select Jason Away, linebacker.
oh, wow.
J.O.
Jason Away. I think that's a reach
Oh, yeah. From Penn State.
from Penn State. They basically they chased the rabbit with his combine numbers.
The Buccaneers took no time.
Yeah. They might take Azeez Ojulari at 32. I mean, the rich get richer. The rich get richer.
To add to that room.
They all
Add to that room with Shaq Barrett, JPP.
JPP. They could go and get Ojulari and be JPP's replacement.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sick. This is sick
Man,
that the rich could get richer.
Like
I mean,
Kansas City last year.
Elijah Moore could go there and go with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. They got Godwin on the franchise tag. So, I mean, the rich get richer.
They just resigned Antonio Brown.
And they just decided to tell them about, so forget that. There we go. Scratch that thought out.
All 22 of the starters from the Super Bowl team last year are back.
Yep,
Are back.
That's unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
That's unheard of.
No team should be able to sign all
32 guys.
all
Tom
22
Brady.
starters.
But Tom Brady restructured his contract.
To give them more money. That's why they got Shaq Barrett back.
And a lot of them kind of took a bit of pay cuts, but
Man, Elijah Moore could be there, is available in round 2. I think J-Rob might be trading up.
mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, from Teron Davenport, he said it. They love Elijah Moore.
Yep.
They love Elijah Moore. And if you know what? I don't care what they have to give up either. I don't care. Go get him.
Go get the missing piece. Go get that missing piece.
Ooh, Tevin Jenkins still
That
available?
offense.
Tevin Jenkins is still on the board. I mean, look at
To replace
this.
Corey
This is
Davis.
a shame. This is a shame. Barmore, Ojulari, Jenkins, Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, Joe Tryon, J.O.K. Look at all these guys that are still on the board.
Joe Tryon,
There's Joe Tryon.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, unbelievable. And, TD talked a lot of good about Joe Tryon. He liked Joe Tryon a lot. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans went Elijah Bolden at some point, too, in the later round. But
So I wonder what the grade was on our pick.
I would probably say B+, maybe A-. It's a boom or bust situation. Now, let's take a look at my board before I come off of here. This is my position board. Take a look at guys that are still on the board right now. And I got to scroll down a bit. At 18, I had on my board J.O.K. still on the board. Azeez Ojulari still on the board.
Tevin
Kevin Jenkins Christian Barmore,
Barmore, whoa. Terrence
Terrence
Marshall Jr.
Marshall, Trevon Borig.
Yeah, Maury.
You got Mayfield, Elijah Moore, Dylan Redundt. So there are
Michael Moore.
tackles.
Asante Samuel.
Rondell. All these guys, Joe Tryon is off, but all of these guys are still on the board. Jason Away is off.
No way,
Stokes is off. But look
Real
at all of those guys from my board that are still on the board right now. Still on the board. The Titans could make a killing. And
If they go out and get Elijah Moore tomorrow,
I
That's
think Titan.
dream come true.
Yeah, if they go out and get Elijah Moore tomorrow, or get a really good wide receiver like a De'Ami Brown or a Amon-Ra St. Brown or Rondell
St. Brown,
Moore,
yep.
or Rondell Moore, I
Or,
think Titan
Amari
fans are
Rodgers.
going to. Titan fans are just gonna be.
We
giddy.
good.
We'll be good.
We good.
So,
or,
all right,
or
y'all.
Amari Rodgers from Clemson.
Yeah.
Or
Amari
Amari
Rodgers. Yeah.
I would love Amari Rodgers.
Yeah.
I would love Amari Rodgers. Absolutely. But, all right, y'all. So the first round of the NFL draft is in the books. The J-Rob has given us some drama. So let us go back through. And I should have kept the board, the draft up. I'm gonna put it back up, and let's see. Let's go through and see who was the best pick of the draft, who was the worst pick of the draft, and who was your most surprising pick of the draft. And give me a minute. I'm gonna bring it up. So here we go. Here's the draft. We got our top 10. Lawrence at 1 to Jacksonville. Zach Wilson 2 to the Jets. Trey Lance at 3 to San Francisco. Pitts 4 to Atlanta. 5 Jamar Chase to Cincinnati. Jaylen Waddle 6 to Miami. 7 Detroit Penei Sewell. 8 Carolina J.C. Horn. 9 Patrick Surtain, Denver. 10 Devontae Smith, Dallas. That's the top 10. Fields at 11 goes to Chicago. Well, Devontae Smith 10 goes to Philly, not Dallas. 11, Justin Fields goes to Chicago, not New York. 12, Micah Parsons to Dallas. 13, Slater goes to the Chargers. 14, the Jets go Elijah Vera-Tucker. 15, the Patriots, Mac Jones. 16, Zaven Collins to the Cardinals. 17, Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders. 18, Jalen Phillips to the Dolphins. 19, the Washington football team, Jamin Davis. 20, Kadarius Toney to New York. 21, the Indianapolis Colts, Kwity Paye. 22, Caleb Farley to the Titans. 23, Minnesota, Christian Darrisaw. 24, Pittsburgh, Najee Harris. 25, Jacksonville, Travis Etienne. 26, Cleveland, Greg Newsome. 27, Baltimore, Rashad Bateman. 28, New Orleans, Peyton Turner. 29, Green Bay, Eric Stokes. 30, for Buffalo, Gregory Rousseau. 31, Jason Away to Baltimore. 32, Tampa Bay, Joe Tryon. That is the entire first round. And I'm going to go around the room first. I'm going to start with Shark. Best pick of the draft, in your opinion?
Tough choice, but I'm going to go with Justin Fields. I think the Bears are making up for past sins when they should have took Deshaun Watson instead of getting Mitch Trubisky. I think they finally making up for it by trading up to get Justin Fields in this draft.
I like that. Lee, what do you think? Lee freeze
To
up
me,
again?
the best one
Oh, there you go.
To me, it's for Sean Slater to LA.
Dang,
Yeah.
I was thinking about going that route too.
11 through 14, I was like,
Yeah,
or 10 through 13, I was like, it's one of them four.
I agree. I like that. So I like that. I would say for me, best pick, I would say best pick, and this could also go down as one of my surprising picks. J.C. Horn, the first corner off the board, going 8 to Carolina. I honestly thought Patrick Surtain was gonna be the first corner off the board, but Carolina going J.C. Horn. Not only was it surprising to me, I think that's an excellent pick for them. To do that, because I mean, you look at New Orleans, they got Michael Thomas. You got Tampa Bay, they got Evans and Brown and Godwin, and then you're thinking, and I'm thinking Atlanta, you got Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley. You got to have some help to cover those guys. J.C. Horn, I think, could also be a surprising pick, but I think that's the best pick of the night to me. With that, so let's see. I'm gonna look at some. Nigel said we pull off Elijah Moore tomorrow. A+,
Right.
A++. I would agree. So, and make sure y'all put your comments in. What was your best pick? What was your surprising pick? What was your worst pick? So now, before we go worst pick, let's go surprising pick. One that you didn't expect. And this time I'll go to Lee. Which one were you not expecting?
Well, as you were saying about corners coming off the board, I would have to say Patrick Surtain going to. That's one that nobody expected.
Yeah. Definitely. And I mean, there were talks about that because they could use some corner help. I mean, they got rid of A.J. Bouye.
Yeah.
And, they really needed help at corner. I mean, think about what they got to face. They got to face Keenan Allen and the Chargers. They got to face, a Raiders team with Amari Cooper resurging. And then, of course, some little-known guy by the name of Patrick Mahomes. So Denver's got to get better defensively. I think that was a steal, too. Denver stealing them right in front of Dallas. And I think that was that's a surprising pick as well because really not so much Denver doing that, but doing it in front of Dallas was the very surprising pick. I'm not going to go with the obvious because I think all of us thought Trey Lance at 3 was pretty surprising. They, thinking that San Francisco could have just stayed where they were or just came to 6 and could have got him. I'm going to kind of go a little bit off the board. This could have been the worst pick, but I got one later. I think we'll all have an agreement on this one.
I bet you got mine.
Is surprising Jamin Davis going 19.
That's mine.
To the Washington football team.
Yep.
And it's okay if we agree, but
that's mine.
Another. He was the guy that I figured shouldn't go in the first round, but wouldn't surprise me if he did. But it did surprise me. And it surprised me more because JOK is still on the board.
Right now.
Nick Bolton from Missouri, who was getting some buzz early, still on the board. He could have went round 2. Sorry, I kind of stole a little bit of your thunder there, Sean.
You good.
But are you going to stick with that or you got another idea?
Yeah, that was straight up mine. Because everything else kind of went, to me, it kind of went expectedly. I mean, outside of because after the Broncos made their trade for Teddy Bridgewater, that's why the 13 pick doesn't shock me anymore. Otherwise, that would have been it.
I agree. And so, you know what? There's another surprising pick. And I'm not going to say from the team, the player. And I think Philip Maddox said it best.
Yeah, I saw 23.
Christian Darrisaw at 23. Minnesota played that beautifully.
Traded back. Yep.
Traded back and still probably got the guy they were going to draft at
Yeah,
that
yeah.
position anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And still got another, I think, got a 3rd round pick from the Jets.
9 spots.
9 spots, got an extra 3rd round pick, and still got the guy they could have drafted at 14 all along. I definitely agree. So before we go to the comments, I think we can all agree on what is the worst pick of this draft. And let's see if we're all in agreement. Sharp?
Who was the guy the Saints took? Peyton Turner.
The who pick. Peyton Turner. Yep. That is a good one. Lee? Are we going 2 for 2?
To be honest, I'm going to go a different way from him. I have to Kwity Paye.
Yep.
Ooh,
Hey, I
that's a
love
nice,
that.
that's
That's
a
a real
nice
good
one.
Yeah.
That's a nice
That's
choice.
the one. That's a good one.
That's a good one. I'm glad they did that. Why do you think Kwity Paye?
Because I was looking,
Was that?
based off of
Lee, I think you're cutting in
an
and out. a little bit
evaluation
on
that
me.
I've seen.
Oh, there we go.
Because he has a lot of raw talent,
Mhm.
but he didn't
raw.
produce.
He's definitely raw. For me, yeah, I was thinking Peyton. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
we
you hear
can
me?
now.
So I know, yeah, you were right.
Well,
He's
that was-
very raw.
He
I think we might have lost you again. It was cutting in and out again.
But as I was saying, of course, he's raw, but he didn't produce.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I agree. I definitely agree. I'm gonna say for me, the worst pick, I'm gonna have to say, man, it kind of stole my thunder with that. At first, I was kind of thinking Jason Oweh going to Baltimore. Going to Baltimore at 31. Because Jason Oweh had some good stuff in 19, but in 20, no sacks, and there was no real production. And I think Baltimore was really going off of the great combine that he had. And we've seen time and time again, pro day or combine warriors get overdrafted. And I just think Peyton Turner, Jamin Davis, and Jason Oweh very much overdrafted, in my opinion. And so I think we all talked about some steals of the draft too. Maybe we need to talk, maybe we go with that one too. I'm gonna read some comments before we do that. And then we'll talk about who are you surprised with that's still on the board, and then we'll get out of here. But let's read some comments. Let's see. Obviously, Philomatic says best pick was Darisaw 23. Money Mike says most surprising was Cleveland taking a corner, taking Greg Newsome. Raiders picking a day 2 player in Alex Leatherwood. That would have been a good nominee for surprising pick. Actually, love the Farley pick. I get with that. Would have been the first corner off the board if completely healthy. I agree with that. Maddox says surprising pick, Mac Jones. Didn't think he would fall that far. For New England to stay pat and still get a quarterback, quite surprising. I agree.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nigel says best pick, Fields. I think a lot of us agree Fields was a great pick. Washington football team, worst pick. Surprising pick, Denver. Not because they took a corner, but they passed on Fields. Remember, they got Teddy Bridgewater. Let's see. Jimmy going with Kwity Paye as probably the worst pick or surprising. I agree, and I thank the Colts. Thank you, Indianapolis, for the dumb pick that you made. Made us feel good. So let's go right quick. Two more things that we're gonna leave at this, and we'll see if these two guys join me tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3. So we'll see about that. Biggest steal of the draft, and who are you surprised with? And I mean, we could definitely say that. Who are you surprised about that is still on the board right now?
Elijah Moore is my yeah. Nah, Christian Barmore. My biggest surprise that's still on the board.
Yeah, I think everybody is gonna say Elijah Moore being on the board.
Yeah.
With that, but I like that being Christian Barmore being shot that he's still on the board. Who was your biggest steal? And if we talked about it, go right ahead.
Biggest deal. Who took someone? Oh, you mentioned the Vikings. That was a good one.
Yeah, and that could be your steal. Go right ahead.
Trying to think of one higher, but yeah. Devontae Smith is the rid of steal.
Yeah, Devontae Smith could be a steal.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he traded with a division rival too. Yeah, give me Devontae Smith.
I agree. I like that. Lee? Let me see. Lee, who you got?
So
biggest
my steal.
There you go.
Straight. My steal outside of the Titans pick, I would have to say Stokes.
Oh, okay. Kind of going a little off kilter there. I like that. I like that. I like that. For me,
because
I'm gonna say
anytime I'd seen mock drafts, they had him going at around 18 or 19.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So for him to drop to the back end of the first round,
yeah,
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
And my surprise player, y'all may think I'm crazy. I'm gonna go say Joseph Osai.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of not surprised.
Because I figured he would have went around 31, 32.
Yeah. I like Joseph Osai a lot, and I can see him still going the second round. I'm not really that surprised that he's still on the board with that. I'm going to say my biggest steal, I'm going to have to say, number one, what Miami has done. What Miami did. Jaylen Waddle at 6, going ahead and taking him, and then Jalen Phillips at 18.
Yeah.
I think was a major steal. I was praying that he got down to 22. And see, that tells me Indy would have stolen him in front of us. So I'm actually kind of glad Miami took him.
Less pain.
Because that tells me Indy would have took him in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, for me, is my steal, is what Miami did and Jalen Phillips. Besides the Titans pick. Shocking that they're still on the board. I mean, of course, everybody's going to say Elijah Moore. I have to say Azeez Ojulari. I got to go with Ojulari still being on the board. Yeah. I'm very shocked that he's still on the board there. And, you know, because I could have seen him in some mock drafts. I've seen him go as high as 11. I've seen him go maybe as low as 32. So seeing good pass rushers still on the board is shocking to me. And that makes tomorrow night even that much more exciting. And rounds 2 and 3 are going to go a lot faster.
Yep.
So it's going to go pick. So I thought that was shocking that they were still on the board. Alberto said, what are we using to host a video?
And
we're going through StreamYard. That's a good streaming site. And also it's broadcast on YouTube. So that's how we're doing that. And I got a new webcam. So I like my webcam a whole lot. But let's see. I'm gonna read some comments at some surprises. Philip Maddox says worst pick
Saying
to me.
about Ojulari,
Was that? Was that?
as you were saying about Ojulari, I don't see him talk tomorrow about Ojulari. I don't see him get past 38, which is Cincy.
I agree. I think Ojulari gets picked very early. I think Ojulari, Barmore, they could get picked very early in round 2. And this just, again, this helps the Titans tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
The Titans are in great position. They didn't have to, they could have traded back, but all in all, we still got 8 picks left. We still got 3 in the top 100, including 2 in round 3, 15 picks apart. That's going to be an exciting time.
Yep.
Very. Philip goes with, for me, Cincy taking Chase
So,
over
as I was saying earlier, I would
Go ahead.
I would trade back to 46 tomorrow in the second from 53.
Yeah, I can see us trading up in round 2. I think that is, if we're going to trade up,
New
that's
England.
the move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Use one of them thirds.
One of the thirds or one of our 6s.
Yep.
I agree.
Uh-huh.
I like that. I'm going to read some comments. Phil says,
because another team that I've heard that is in love with Elijah Moore is Arizona, and they pick at 49.
So you jump ahead of them.
I agree. We do need to jump ahead of them. Definitely. So here's some comments. Philip saying Chase over Sewell was worse. You got to protect your quarterback, folded like a lawn chair. Now, here's what I'm going to say about that.
No.
There's the reunion I thought was too much to pass up. I think Joe Burrow went to them and said, look, give me my number 1 target that I had big success with.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with him. And the thing about it is, Telvin Jenkins is still on the board, and
that's
the Bengals
fine.
are picking, and that's another surprise that he's still on the board.
And they pick him early.
A lot of good tackles are still on the board.
Yep.
Jenkins, Eichenberg, Jalen Mayfield, Braden Christensen, Dylan Redunds,
Trey Smith.
Trey Smith. A lot of good tackles are still on the board.
Stone Forsythe.
What's that? Who else?
Stone Forsythe,
which I think he'll go in round 3.
Mm-hmm.
But since he could still get a great tackle in the second round and be just fine. So Diego says, I'm happy with Farley. Has the mentality of our team. A lot of people think the Titans got the biggest steal. Philip says, biggest steal, Fields at 11. Ojulari still being on the board is a surprise. Let's see. And, others saying boom or bust, Farley could boom. I agree. I like that a lot. So, everybody, this has been, a whole lot of fun. Got a question. Guys, y'all think y'all might want to join me tomorrow night?
I would say, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I might not be here at the start, but I can come in.
That's no problem.
Yep.
Lee, I think, fans, let me know. Y'all want us to be, you want the 3 of us, maybe some more people to come on here? I might be able to squeeze in a few more people. I might get some Titan fans, and I may see if I can, call up some friends who are fans of other teams just to kind of get their thoughts on their picks a little bit as well. I might see if my boy Jimmy, maybe he'll be willing to come on and talk about the Eagles. Because I know he's a big Eagles guy. So I think some fans are fans. They want the 3 of us together.
Yes.
So I think we should do that. I think we will do that.
Yeah,
So you know what? Same time, same place tomorrow. We gonna be right here. I believe it starts at 6 tomorrow. I'm gonna check.
It's probably 6 tomorrow.
So we'll be on. We'll be on at 6 o'clock. So we'll be on at 6 o'clock for rounds 2 and 3.
You know what? Yeah, I could be on tomorrow. I just realized.
All right.
Yep.
Well, there it is. And so, and then tomorrow night, let me know. Go ahead and tell everybody where they can find your good content and everything, and then we'll get ready to call it a night.
Yep. You can find me on LPR Tighten Up on Twitter, or Let's Tighten Up Pod on YouTube, and Let's Be Real Media, the podcast network I started on Facebook.
All right, that's what's up, Lee.
On Twitter at hang on. On Twitter at podcast615. On Twitter, Instagram is the_615 podcasts, and then on Facebook, in the TNT and Fortress group.
Yep, there it is. Well, I thank both of my friends here for being on with us, and you will see their faces tomorrow night, along with a couple other faces. I may see if I can get Mr. Titan to join us. I don't understand he had family duty. So thank you guys for spending time with us. I know it's been almost 5 hours, but we had some great draft coverage. But anytime we're talking football is always fun.
Right.
I'm willing to lose some sleep. So everybody, thank y'all for tuning in to Titans and Truth, the draft show. We'll be back right here tomorrow night, 6 p.m. as we get ready for rounds 2 and 3. So come on back with us. Tell your friends. Tell everybody who are not Titan fans to come on in here and join us too. We'll be live right here on YouTube. Tighten up, y'all. Good night, y'all.